Most white women are interested in black guys. More white women are openly dating black men, and it's not by accident. This growing interest comes from a mix of attraction, exposure, and changing mindsets. Many white women find black men physically appealing, confident, and emotionally expressive. With the global influence of black culture through music, fashion, and sports, curiosity has turned into genuine interest. It's also about feeling valued. Some white women say they feel more appreciated by black men, respected, seen, and loved in ways they didn't expect. This shift isn't about a trend or fetish. It's a sign of progress where people are choosing love beyond race.
I think my type is physically the opposite of me. So dark hair, dark skin, dark eyes. Like, that's what I like.
Black men or white men? You want the Morris Chestnut or the Ashton Kutcher?
No, give me a black man for sure. Give me a black man. Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm not really the type to date a white man. No. No,
Ashton Kutcher for you?
Honestly, even in my own race, like, you know, like I can't date a light skin, like I can't. I gotta dress, you know, that caramel, you know, that little chocolate, you know.
So what you like about black men?
Everything. It's not one specific thing. It's everything. Everything.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
This is very interesting, y'all, because when you hear so much negativity surrounded by black men, you just think you could easily get into the mindset of, oh my God, all women just hate black men, because you hear so much disdain and hatred towards black men from black women. You would think that other groups of women just look at black men and be like, oh, ew. But that is really not the case. There are a lot of these women who think like this, who look at a black man as a really viable choice. Like, look at them and they love the melanin in their skin. They love, you know, a lot of things about them. And it's interesting that, you know, when we talk about black men and we hear what some black women have to say about their own men, it's such a, you know, beratement. It's like they berate them. They say they're the bottom of the barrel. There's a whole host of negative things that we've heard from some black women, and it's very disparaging and very sad. But then when you hear other groups of women say how they love black men, then you realize why some of these black men date and marry the women that they marry. Because once again, I've heard stories from black men who said in high school and in college, black women thought they were lame and didn't like them and didn't talk to them and never, you know, gave them a chance. But when they got to college or they got, you know, older, the white women were the ones who gave them attention, who talked to them, who were interested in them. So this is why you hear a lot of men saying, listen, go where you're appreciated, go where you love, because now it's not only a black or white thing, it's more of an acceptance thing. Who's going to accept me? Who's going to give me a chance? And so I think this is where men go where they're celebrated. Now, does that mean that every interracial relationship
shit is this crap? You go where you celebrate, y'all. You go where you celebrate. Everyone got some. That is the most gayest conversation ever. What kind of straight man wants to go where they're celebrated? What are you talking about? Dumb people, dumb children. This goes to show you folks of what I've been saying for quite some time. You know something? I kind of, you know, someone has to start doing this. I don't know if anyone's seen this or anyone's tried to even do a study on this. In regards to the Black American male, and why he's anti-Black in the bedroom. You know, let me just try to explain this to everyone here. Okay. Here's the funny thing about this. Now, I want everyone to go and do this experiment. Okay? Go do this experiment if you don't believe me. And I wish everyone can try to understand this, by the way. I'm back here, so anyone else here can comment here. But we're here or there. Now, here's the funny thing about this in regards to the state of, Black American males. Okay. I want everyone to look at this. Okay. Now, I did this trick. I don't know what it is. I just typed in white women. Just type in white women. That's all I did. I just typed in white women. That's all I did. Right. Just type in white women. All right. Now, go scroll down the screen. I want everyone to do this if you have a chance to ever do this. If not, I'll do it for you. Okay? Go scroll down the screen here and tell me what you see. I'll tell you why I say this. Okay? I'll tell you why. If you ever do this, you'll start to see something very odd, very weird, very strange. Okay? I want people to see this. Type in white women, and you will go down and see all these videos. Okay? All of them. Video after video after video after video. You're going to see the stuff. White women clap back after backlash for dating black men. White women tears are worse than white men. Whiteness over womanhood. Okay. Should black athletes stay away from white women? It's dear white women. This white woman. Don't date black men that date white women. This is what you're going to see across the board. Black women don't trust white women and their friendship. White women confronts other groups that they'll never accept by them, by no matter what they are. White women are losing it over changing standards. Black women are in the spotlight. Snow bunnies reveal easy way black guys can get tons of white women. White men always ask white women about black men on a first date. Why white supremacists hate white women? Are white women strategic in getting black men? Are white women really this? She tells black women that other white men are afraid to say, and this happens. Okay? You're going to see this more. Okay? Shocking truth. Why white athletes really choose white women. You're going to see more of this crap. I mean, white women reveal the truth about dating black men. White versus biracial versus black. Why do men? And you're going to start seeing, like, okay, these are normal conversations right here. Like, something that's I can see, something that I can understand. But everything else is just crazy. You're going to see more and more of this crap all the time. And it gets worse and worse. When you start to see more of this stuff, white men prefer black men. This is why. You know something? I have to say this again. Why are they so many Black American males keep making videos about white women? It's like, you know, because remember something about this. They're trying to say to us that we're trying to be white so bad, that we are trying to be the proximity of whiteness. But why is that when I just type in white women, this is just white women, I see nothing but Black American males, even Black American females, but definitely Black American males, make endless video after video after video after video after video on Instagram, on TikTok, a video on YouTube, Twitter. They're making endless videos about that Becky, saying that she desires me. That she wants black penis. I'm 6 feet plus with a 12-inch dick. Blah blah blah, and they're the same group of males that you'll see on TikTok Live, that you'll argue in the comment sections of any platform you think on, Threads, Instagram, and they're telling us that we want to be white so bad. Yeah, Cam, your people want to be white so bad. You know your proximity to whiteness, man. And that's where you go, Cam. You wish you were white. And that brainwashing, man. And you drive me hula rasta and Blanquimento and all that stuff that the Black American man will say to us. He'll tell to Dominicans, Mexicans, Colombians that you want to be white so bad. You want to be white so bad. You know, you wish you want to be proximity to whiteness. You're going to hear this. You're going to hear this Black American male say it to your face. He's going to say it to your face. He's on Twitter. He's on X. He's on Threads. He's doing live streams right now, doing TikTok lives right now, talking about how we want to be white so bad. But why is that every time, if I just type in white women, I get so many videos, IG, TikTok. Every time I just type in white women, I get endless videos of this Black American male with white women. And I confronted several people about this on TikTok Live recently, and I told them how we're going to fight white supremacy when this Black American male is having sex with white American female. Now remember one thing with the trick they always do. They're going to tell you that that's white tea women that are chasing after them, that they lust off of that dark skin, dark hair, that they're running around, that there's Becky going into the Black neighborhoods and trying to chase after the brute. This is what you're going to hear. You're going to see this. And what's comical about this conversation is that the Black American male says, I don't know what you're talking about, Cam. They're coming out the earth. And I'm like, okay. Let's say, for example, white American are coming after you and trying to hunt you down and take off your pants and forcing you to sleep with them. Let's say that's the case. You do realize that you are men, right? Allegedly, right? You can say no. You can say, I don't want to be near you. You can say no, thank you, whatever crap. And then they start telling these weird things about white women secretly lusting after us and blah, blah, blah. That's when I flipped this. That's when I stopped. I said, wait a minute, hold up. Is it possible that it could be reversed? That secretly it's Black American males that actually want to have sex with white women in this country? that is black American males that are going to white places, in white establishments, in white spaces to talk to Becky because secretly he wants to be with Becky. Because with my eyes, I don't see a lot of white American chicks going to black nightclubs. I don't see it. I don't see Becky going to black establishments. I don't see that. Okay? I don't see Becky going, definitely she's not going into the hoods where you all live. She ain't going, no, but you know who I see in these white-owned establishments, these white spaces, you know, that proximity to whiteness, all that stuff. Do you know who I see? I see the black American brute going into these places, being the token Negro that he is, walking up and down, trying to talk to Becky. And then he has the nerve to turn around on his social media accounts, on his Android, your iPhones, whatever you want to call it. She's gonna turn around. He's gonna turn around, make live streams. He's gonna tell you that Hispanic men, Latino men, Dominican, Mexican, Colombian, Brazilian, Panamanian, Central, South, Chilean men and Argentina, they are the ones who are going into these white-owned establishments and trying to get with Becky's. I had a discussion with a black guy about this on YouTube. One of those foundational delineated brothers that he actually said, no, that's not true, Cam. In fact, it's actually a lot of Hispanic men going to these white-owned places and trying to talk to these white women because they want to be proximity to whiteness. And I'm thinking to myself, where have you seen this? Where are these white-owned establishments? You see Jose, Manuel, Carlos. Where do you see him talking to Becky in these white-owned establishments? Where are these places? Tell me where. Where have you seen them? Exactly. You have not seen them because you guys are delusional. Because every time when I sit here and I hear Tyrone speak about Becky's, and that this is what I'm trying to, how are you going to argue to me about the proximity of whiteness when I'm looking in front of your faces and I literally see video after video after video after video of this black American male engaging in sexual intercourse, engaging in making out, kissing, hugging, rubbing against Becky. And then he turns around and says that me, someone like me, telling me that I'm trying to be white. You try speaking white supremacy talking points, and you want to be proximity to whiteness so bad. How? I'm not sleeping with these women because you know how I know this? These white women that have these mixed babies, you do realize the vast majority is mixed babies. Guess who their daddies are? It ain't me. It's you. You are making mixed race children. You are having sex with other races of women and impregnating them and birthing these children that all grow up and they all say, my daddy's a black American male. My daddy's black American. My daddy's black American. My father's black American. My dad's black. Why? And then I turn around and I'm looking at your child and it's clear as day that he's way lighter than you. Really light and bright, yet so right. Why is it that I look at your mixed race children and they're coming out lighter than you? And then I turn around and then the Negro comes to me and talks about you trying to be white so bad, proximity to whiteness, bloqueamiento, mejor la raza, and all that weird shit that you tell to my freaking face. But I'm looking at you weird because you're engaging in interracial sex, You're having mixed children. Their children are way lighter than you. They're not, listen, the Negro's not trying to get darker. He's literally trying to get lighter as soon as possible. Like, we're literally seeing this. And the kids, especially your mixed race sons, when they grow up, not one of them is dating a black chick. Not one. And now, of course, the black American male will turn around and tell other Latino Hispanic men that we are anti-white. Sorry, that we're anti-black. That how dare you not mix race with the most powerful seed on planet Earth. And what's crazy about this, your so-called powerful seed is this. But if it's so powerful, why is all your mixed race sons, why are they not dating black chicks? Because there's a recent thing with Justin Williams. I forgot what his name is. Yeah, just Justin Williams. This actor, this biracial actor that's pro-black. He's fist pump in the air. He's biracial. His daddy's black. His mama's white. He is pro-black. He identifies as a black man, but he's married to a white Spanish actress. And now all of a sudden, he's not really pro-black. And I'm like, how is he pro-black? His own father didn't marry a black woman. He didn't marry a black woman. And the grandkids, you know what's happening to the grandkids. It's going to be pitch white. And I'm going to turn around. But yet, even still, this black American male will turn around and he has the ungodly nerve to speak about mejor raza blanqueamiento when this man is Mr. Blanqueamiento. He is Mr. Mejor. He's the king of all that shit. He loves that stuff. He loves dating outside his race. He loves lining his race up. He loves that stuff. Because you're not going to sit there and tell me that you having sex with these women, you're not going to sit there and tell me that you not enjoyed the sex. You did. That's why you bust a nut. You enjoyed the sex. That's why you ejaculated inside her vagina. You got horny. And these guys are engaging in interracial sex. They love non-black pussy. They just love that stuff. They don't want no black. They love their mixed race. I saw tons of these dark-skinned black dudes all the time. If you came out a little more, if you came out lighter, your dad will love you even more. But they'll turn around and they'll say that we are anti. We are practicing anti-blackness. No, I'm sorry. You guys are practicing anti-blackness. You, not me. You, because first of all, I'm not in black. Number one, I'm not in black. Second of all, the vast majority of the time, when I date women, they kind of do look like me. Okay, and also number three, I actually do want my kids to look kind of like me. Actually, I actually do like the fact that if not almost majority, if not all my nephews and nieces have similar looks to like me a little bit. I know that they it's a mixed bunch of kids, right? I also like the fact that that it is okay to practice, the idea of being proud of who you are, including the fact that you prefer your own ethnic background, which is nothing wrong with that at all. But for some strange reason, this black American male is going to tell us that we are anti-black because we refuse to allow to have sex with black people, black Americans, particularly this black American male. Because let's be for real, this black American male is bisexual. He also wants to screw with the men as well. Not only does he want the white women, he also wants white men. Okay, get this out of the way. He wants that white man as well. He wants the white man. He wants the white woman. He wants everything that's non-black. He is a deviant. That's what he is. And when he says that he's the most desired man on planet Earth and that everyone wants him, he says this. He literally says everyone wants them. Everyone. He didn't say all women want him. No. He said everyone. And that includes men, that includes transgenders, that includes you name it. All the freaks you can think of, because that black American male, he's a deviant. He wants to put anything of a hole in there. Doesn't matter, mouth or butthole, it doesn't matter. This black American male, he just loves that stuff. And then he'll turn around with his non-black transgender girlfriend, and then he'll look at me and tell me that you are anti-black. You practice anti-blackness. That's the funny thing about this.
Yes, it is true. If a man dates a white woman, he will date a man.
Huh? As a black woman who dated in the past an undercover gay black man, I can confirm this. It is absolutely true.
I can't stand you hurt, retarded. You'll clap it up if when Serena got a white man. You don't think nothing wrong with her. But as soon as a man or a black man want a white woman, all of a sudden he got to be gay. He hate his family. He don't like his mama. All this shit because you hurt. Take that wig off. It's what you bitches brains.
Damn. Wait, so y'all actually only be dating black men to piss your dad off because he's racist, or because or you just want to do it? You just want to piss him off. That's it. You don't even like him for real. You just want to piss him off. What the hell is even that?
I posted my
That's some crazy stuff going on here. Look at that. This is something going on here.
family and friends and my lovely followers here congratulate me and celebrate this new season of life. But what happened is our engagement photos went unexpectedly viral, and we had a huge onslaught of racist comments. We got comments from the Black community criticizing Nick for being with a white woman. We got comments from white people and other races saying I was ruining my bloodline, which is absolutely disgusting. And we got tons of comments talking about how I'm going to end up being a single mom, how we're going to get divorced, how this is disgusting. And I guess we just live in a bubble in California, but I never thought that that would be something we would be dealing with our engagement photo announcement. I am going to show less of my partner on social media, but we both agree that it's important to continue showing up and having representation, and that the hateful commentary on our engagement post, it is an indicator of a society that is so sick and divided, and our presence here is important and necessary.
Disgraceful that we're still dealing with this in 2026. If you live in the States, you know that racism is something that just seems like it's never going away as much as people speak about it. It's crazy. Good on this woman for coming out and speaking out and not letting it go under the carpet and letting it be known that people are sitting there trying to disrespect her and cooler remarks that are disgusting just because she's dating a black man. It's crazy.
I don't like white.
But I'm not white.
No, I know you're not white.
Oh.
You're black. I don't even like black guys.
People need to stop bringing Black people into quite literally any conversation about race. I made a video talking about how I feel unsafe around white men, and the first comment is, well, what about Black men? Number one, I was not talking about Black.
Oh my goodness. This is embarrassing when you talk to people about this. It's a senile thing. It's a senile thing. Let me go look at this, save this problem. Hold on a second here. All right, then. If anyone can comment here, you can comment. This is something I keep telling people all the time about this. It's just weird conversations. It's weird and crazy and non-cynical information. All right, so listen. When you start to hear this stuff about white women and all that stuff, this is why I keep telling people, Black Americans, they keep saying they're conservative, right? But the thing about it is, this is what's weird about this. The white women that are dating Black Americans, you do know these girls are super liberal, right? You do realize they're doing it because they feel like they're doing it because they feel sorry for you. And that the fact is that they're doing it because they don't want to be seen as a racist. Like, that's not how you, like, that's the reason why I'm laughing at this, because it's very weird to hear Black American males like brag about, and the thing about white chicks, they don't understand is, when I hear Black American males talk about white women, they just sound like the most deviant motherfuckers you can think of. You guys sit there and make it seem like they're like, oh, they secretly love the Black man. Look at my pee-pee. I'm like, ew.
Black men in this video whatsoever. What is your fucking obsession talking about Black men specifically? And the person who commented this is white. It is a constant and chronic obsession with what Black men are doing 24/7. And number two, when I'm talking about my experiences with white men, my negative.
You know what's so funny about this? I feel the same way when we talk about Latino people, because I've been on TikTok live several times. I'm going to be honest with you, it is endless videos and streaming and lives talking about Hispanic people. And it's like, and you're going to see this. And the reason why I can tell you this is if I type in Latino men, I get so many videos from Black Americans about Latino men. It is like or Hispanic men. Just go on Google and do this. Go on YouTube, type in Dominican men or Dominicans or Hispanic guys or Colombian. You're going to see so many videos coming out of the woodworks from Black Americans. I can't, if I type in, I did an experiment about this. If I type in Latino men and white women, right? This is just whatever. Why getting videos from the Negro talking about white Latinos want to be white so bad, blah blah blah, and that some weird shit like that. Even if I try to type in like other things on TikTok, I get so many videos from Black Americans, like, and they turn around and they want to tell me that you're press on us. Does that shit make any sense? No, it doesn't. It does not make any sense, because someone here is lying to people. This is why I keep telling people all the time, video after video after video. White women, they're so bad. White women. Oh, God. Even for me, like, I'm not into white chicks like that, but you can tell right away. Like, all these girls. This is why I keep telling people all the time. So all these women that are talking like this, you do realize these girls are liberal. That's what they're dating out. They're the ones that are, like, super exclusive. Like, they're inclusive. Like all that stuff. but you guys go around criticizing liberal people.
Negative experiences, please stop bringing up other races. Because yes, while other races can commit crimes or do other
white friends this question, and like a lot of the girls were like, this is a question like I got mixed responses, right? Some say that people ask like a lot, others say that they kind of like will sneak the question in once in a little bit. And I just want to know, like, personally, if you are a white woman who's been on a date with white men, have the white man asked you unprompted if you've been with black people before?
10 out of 10 friends.
You do know why they're doing that, right?
Terrible hours later.
Be completely honest. Have you ever had sex with a black dude?
No.
Say, put it on your mom's life.
On my mom's life.
You've never hooked up with a black guy?
No.
Interesting. I don't know, boys.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Take it down.
Seeing the little TikToks about Latinas versus black girls, y'all do not fall for that, because when I did some more research in it, and y'all know I be researching, it's a burner page. It's a burner page releasing these photos and comparisons between Latinas having braids, Afro-Latinas having braids, and black women having braids. This is a burner page. This ain't real. Latinas, black and brown always been down. You hear me? Black and brown always been down, always gonna be down. Ain't never gonna change nothing up. See, it's these other colored people who want us to believe that we about to be against each other. No, we against y'all. We against y'all. We ain't against each other. What?
Chill. Yeah, hold on. Relax. Drink a stand.
And I want my place to be a safe place for you. Now in the dating scene, I prefer to not date my own, and I'm very attracted to Black African American men. They make me feel comfortable. They make me feel safe. I think the connection for me is just dating outside my race. And
I got a question for these women, right? I got a question. Why is it that when you girls say you like black dudes, right? I'm thinking to myself, there's so many different black guys around the world, like, and especially in Latin America, where according to the Negro, the majority of the slave boats went down to Latin American countries, to Mexico, to Colombia, to Brazil, to Dominican Republic. I got a question for these people. Why is it that I never hear these people say, yeah, I prefer black guys. That's why I went to Colombia to find me a black man. I never hear them say this. You know, they keep saying that. Did you know that blacks are in Mexico? Did you know that the slave trade, there's more? Okay, then. So if more blacks are in Mexico, then how come not one of these chicks are trying to date the black guys in Mexico then? If there's black guys in Colombia, remember, do you know the second largest population of black people are in Brazil? Okay, then. So why wouldn't they not go to Brazil then? I mean, like, wouldn't you, like, I'm thinking to myself, if you want to pluck for a black dude, why not go to Brazil? But it's funny because every time I mention about black guys, it's always Black Americans, it's always Jamaicans, and people from Ghana and Nigeria. What now? Tell me, what is the notice all of those similar? What is the one thing they got? Oh, I forgot. They're all colonized by the English. You notice that? You never hear a black American male say, hey man, love, white chicks going to Guadalupe or St. Vincent. They don't want to talk about those guys. Okay, you never hear these black guys say, there's sex tourism in Brazil. I see them go off the black man over there as peer. I never hear black American males even promote or talk about black guys from Latin America and how that, women are going down and giving them dick, giving them pussy to those guys. I never hear that shit. And the thing about these women, I'm starting to notice more and more with these women, is that out of all the black guys I can think of, why is it that you are literally just dating black American males? What a coincidence that you're dating black American guys. Out of all the black guys I can think of, you're dating those guys. Now, the funny thing about this is that the word term feels safe, right? Now, if you feel safe, you know who does not feel safe? Black American males. You want to know why? Because he doesn't want his own women. You know what that means? He doesn't want to be in his own community because he knows it's dangerous. So he's going to use you and date out and go to where you live and be in a diverse setting, aka majority non-black area. And the funny thing about this stuff is that any of these white chicks that date black dudes, quote unquote, you have to listen to what they say. My boyfriend is African American. My boyfriend, notice this. They never mention any of the black guys in Latin America ever. They never say it. You notice that they keep saying that Brazil. Oh, look at Dominican Republic. Oh, it's full of blackness everywhere. You deny your blackness, man. You deny being black. Remember all that stuff about Dominican Republic being a black country and the Dominican men are black? And how come not one of these chicks want to get a Dominican guy? Not one of them. How come not one of them wants to get a Dominican guy? Not one of them. You know why? Because when black American males talk about or they speak about original girls like either find them attractive, I want you to understand something also, is that they want to be the ones that be fetishized. They don't want other black guys in front of them. They don't want no black, especially black guys from Latin America. They do not want them in front of them. Because you know why? They see those guys as competition. Because they know that deep down inside, those black guys in those countries are actually physically better looking than they are the ones in the United States. Because the thing about between the black guys down there and the ones in the United States, the difference is the black women in their countries, they're actually attractive looking. These men don't really date out like that compared to black American males. When you go to Brazil, you don't see a lot of black guys dating out, but you don't see a lot of black Brazilian men dating out. But when you come to the United States, it's amazing to me how many black American males date out. It's staggering. The amount of mixed race children this Negro keeps making out left and right. And then no one asks questions. No one. Why are you having sex with black American males? Why? Why are you doing that? Why is it that you're not having... If there's black men, right? Shouldn't you go where most black men are? Which is actually in Colombia, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Cuba. Why are you not going and getting black dick over there? Because this is what I'm trying to tell you. Black American males know there are black guys down there. But see, what they're doing is they're cop blocking everybody. Because they want them to have the this is why I keep saying all the time about this black cop BBC thing. Well, if they want BBC, there's plenty of that in Brazil. If they want BBC, there's plenty of that in Colombia. Because remember, you're the ones that keep saying that the most of the slave boats went down over there. So my question is this: why aren't you not telling anyone about the black guys over there? This is why I'm telling you. This is why this is why I'm telling you. This is what they go back and say, oh, why? How come these guys are asking these questions about how come I don't date a black guy? Like asking these really weird questions. And my response is it's very simple, because black American males are ruining these women. Let's be for what's going on. A lot of these guys are DL men that hate women. They're doing weird acts on them in the bedroom. They're being ran through left and right. So by the time you get with them, you might catch a disease. This is what's going on. And, of course they can't say that. Of course they cannot talk about this stuff. So instead the guy's like, oh, because of my big black penis, that's all. Just got this huge penis and he got a micro-sized one. And because of my big penis, it's going to stretch the vagina apart. And that's the thing they're telling people. When in reality of it, no, you're just doing gay acts in the bedroom. That's what you're doing. This is why no one wants it. And it is weird to me that, because this is how I know this is false. Because if you go to Brazil, for example, look at the black girls over there. You don't see other Brazilian men saying, oh my God, I can't sleep with a black woman a black woman because she experiences big, large penis in her vagina. So I'm smaller than what she saw. So I can't sleep with her. They're not saying that stuff. They're not saying none of that crap. You notice that? You notice that the black Colombian women, no Colombian man saying, "Oh, I can't bang a black chick because she got ran through." They're not saying that stuff. You notice that? You notice that you notice that when in Colombia, for example, in Brazil, when they do that, you don't see these guys saying, "Oh, I can't do it because you got touched by a black Brazilian." They never say that. And you know what's so funny about that? Because the difference is this. Yeah, I'll get to that. The reason why I'm saying this stuff is that the black American male, he is such a brainwashing cunt because I know what he's doing. I can see right through this crap because you know what's going on with these women. You know why these girls, no, Jaguar, they didn't get booed in a rally. Jaguar, the whole event was a pro-black thing. I already know what it was organized by Philip Scott. Philip Scott organized the whole conference. So anyone that's going inside that conference are all going to be anti-black and brown shit. That's how I know. That's how I know the line. It's the one in Ohio, that whole pro-black thing, of course. Jaguar, you got to do your research. Where was it? It was in Ohio, right? The Ohio pro-black expo thing, right? Yeah, because who was the one doing that? Well, that was Philip Scott. You know how pro-black he is. Yeah, he's fucking a Mexican chick. How are you against black and brown, but you sleep with a Mexican chick? How does that make any sense? How are you going to sit there and tell me you don't like black and brown, but you're dating outside your race? Because we're hearing what these girls are saying. They're saying, I prefer a black American male. So someone's giving these women black penis. You know, someone's got to step up and ask questions. If you guys are trying to fight white supremacy and you guys are against black and brown, awesome, why do you keep having sex with these people then? I'm going to judge you. You are no different from the white dude who got caught red-handed, who was a pastor trying to have these gay conversion camps, and he got caught trying to text a 14-year-old boy. You're no different from that guy. That's on that level. You're no different from these weird religious nutcases that are like against abortion and against gay marriage, and then you got these same pastors funding abortions from their ex-girlfriend, their mistresses and other lovers, and they're also engaging in homosexual acts, caught with gay prostitutes and transgenders. That's no different. This is the same thing. The same thing. Philip Scott is no different from a preacher or one of these pastors that's against gay marriage, and then after the sermon's over, he goes to bed with a gay man. And that's very common in this country. That's very common. And by the way, those pro-black folks, I gotta question them too, because some of these guys too are not only are they anti-black inside, they also are gay as well. They a lot of them are gay. Tariq Nasheed, he's a homosexual, 100% he is. Okay, he's one of many of these guys. Because you got one of these foundational black American leaders, a Tariq Nasheed, he'll swear up and down, up and down, going around saying to people that Diddy didn't do nothing wrong and blah, when literally Diddy's a gay man. That man's a gay man who hates women, who is touching underage boys and girls, especially boys, who is abusive towards mixed chicks. And then we gotta sit here and turn around and hear Tyree Sheet talk about Hispanics trying to steal hip hop away when hip hop is full of pedophiles. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is insane. What's going on here? I'm looking at the Black American man. I'm looking at him weird, and he's sitting there talking to me about we want to be white so bad, but these women, these white chicks, are literally saying I'm engaging in sexual behavior with the Black American male. He's putting his penis into my vagina, but then he turns around during sex and tells me that you want to be white so bad. Could you imagine that, Ranger, if the Negro is having sex right in front of with a white chick, and he turns around and says, "You want to be white so bad," and then you find out that he's pregnant. She's pregnant. Sorry, because I don't think people wish he was pregnant. She's pregnant and births a mixed child that's lighter than him, and then he's gonna tell to Ranger that you want to line your race up. And then we all know that mixed race son is not going to marry a Black woman. That's even more liar. And then Bursa has a grandchild who's literally pitch white. And then the Negro's going to turn around saying that you want to be white so bad. You want to be next to the white man. Ranger's going to look at that Negro kind of weird. Like, right, Jaguar? Like, we're literally seeing this. Like, even Jaguar, when we see his Black American man holding hands with non-Black women, but he's against Black and brown unity, but he's seeing you holding their hands and having sex with these brown women and having babies with them. And you're lying your race, and we all know that this child's be lighter than you. And then you turn around to people like Jaguar and say you line your race up. Then he'll start telling the Jaguar that you want to be proximity to whiteness. But when Jaguar walks around LA, he literally sees the Black man going into a white establishment and talking to Becky. And then he literally goes to hotels and he takes off his pants and put his penis in a white woman's vagina. And he ejaculates inside of it. But then when he does that, he's going to tell us that you Cam, you Ranger, you Jaguar, you want to be close to whiteness. Does that make any sense? Does this crap make any sense? I mean, they criticize liberals. I don't like liberals, but you sleep with liberal women. It's kind of like conservative guys. I'm conservative and blah blah blah. So you're conservative. Why are you trying to have sex with liberal women? Why? Why are you doing this?
Being around.
Popped out with a boyfriend. The boyfriend is Black. Y'all are not going to guess what the comments were. You probably are going to guess. Mud shark. I don't even know what this means. Someone explain in the comments. Why would you do that to yourself? What? And then we have the equalizer.
You haven't.
Scary times, folks.
Been waiting for.
Would you?
Yeah. This is exactly what I've been waiting for.
What are the chances I could be the first one?
Sure.
I could be the first one.
Sure.
Okay, let me get your number then.
This is my thing. I run this, like nobody can really talk to me.
Wait, hold on a second here. See?
Like nobody can really talk.
So you mean to tell me that this Black American male is trying to tell us that Hispanic people, Hispanic men, they started smear campaigns against the Hispanic men. Which ones, Reverend? Which group? I mean, there's a lot of them, right? They're trying to tell me that we want to be white so bad, but I'm going on social media. I see videos after videos after videos after videos of Black American males kissing, making out with white American women, talking about their sexual conquests, stuff like that. And again, like, we're all adults here, that's fine. But my issue with them is that you turn around saying that we want to be white so bad. I'm like, but you're having sex with white chicks. And you're making babies with them. But Hispanic guys are the racist, evil, anti-Black people that are going around trying to align themselves to white supremacy and whiteness, but you guys are sleeping with the women of the white supremacists.
I don't know.
I think I need to get your number.
You want to get my number?
Yeah, let me get your number.
W's in the shot.
You've been with a black guy?
No.
You haven't? Are you open to being one?
Yeah.
Oh, say less.
What are the chances I could be the first one?
Like an 8?
An 8?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get your number then.
Okay, I'll give you my number.
Come on, man. That's too easy. Let's go home. Let's go home, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go home. Let's go.
Sudden, they funny when men find out. I think it's funny when men find out that their women love Black men. Now, all of a sudden, they want to start throwing out these random statistics like, oh, well, they only make up 13% of the population, but they make up over 60% of the population in jail, and you're going to be a baby mom, and that's another baby dad.
Wait, hold up. First of all, that is a factual statement. They make 13%, but they do make up 60% of the population. Yes, that's actually very accurate. And also, you do realize out of all the baby mamas being made in this country, 72% of single moms are Black women. Now, don't get it twisted. Hispanic guys making single moms, so are white dudes. But let's get this out of the way. You are making your women become single moms. And on top of that, you do go to racism women and make them single moms as well. This is a factual thing. Like, you guys are upset over people saying this when in reality, you guys know this. And you guys go around, and once again, you're trying to say that we're anti-Black and that we are trying to be white so bad, but you guys brag about dating out. You guys brag about having sex with other, particularly white chicks, and you guys brag about it, and like, oh, you ever fuck because we desirable. If you're so desirable and you're all this and that, then the better question I gotta ask you is this. What's going on with Black women? Why don't you date your own women? Like, and this is the thing they don't want to talk about. They think their women are ugly. They can do better. That's just the truth. They don't like their own women. They think they're ugly.
Daddy and and 99% of these random statistics are wrong. But you know when that isn't wrong? We get 100% of the women, and that's what you're really mad about. Why are you so upset that women 9 times out of 10 choose us over everyone else? We can't help that we have swag. We have the traits that women like. We're masculine. It just is what it is. And it's just not all women, but it's a vast majority.
Okay, thank you very much for saying that. So it's the vast majority of these women choosing the Black American male. So that means you're sleeping with other races of women. So this is my whole point. If you're saying this means that the proximity of whiteness, that means you're having sex with white American women. And that means one thing is that you guys are the ones trying to be white then. Because you guys are the same group of men that'll sit there and complain about the fact there's lack of black guys. Are you aware of this actually? Are you aware that Black American males are now making videos about like, oh, I know there's less and less dark skinned people walking around? I'm like, no shit. You're the ones going around saying that you're desirable and everyone wants to fuck you, and including the it's a whole other story, but everyone was running to get you and everything, and now you're surprised that you're making mixed race children, and now you're surprised that those men are going to replace you. You do realize your mixed race sons are going to replace you. You are aware of this, right? You are aware these guys are dating out, right? I have to say that's the funny thing about this.
You're not tired. You're just making too many decisions.
Well, that's another thing also these people, right? Let me go look at this. Hold on.
The first NBA championship since the 1970s. But not everybody is happy.
I put up a video about Jalen Brunson, the New York Knicks, and how at first Stephen A. Smith and them was talking about he wasn't worth the money and X, Y, and Z. And in my comment, some girls said, oh, Jalen Brunson, he married to a white girl, he got a white baby and this and that. And I said, think about it. Jalen Brunson dad played in the NBA. Jalen Brunson dad was living in a nice area with predominantly white people. I said, success and white people is all he know. The New York Knicks, and how at first Stephen A. Smith and them was talking about he wasn't worth the money and X, Y, and Z. And in my comment, some girls said, oh, Jalen Brunson, he married to a white girl, he got a white baby and this and that. And I said, think about it. Jalen Brunson dad played in the NBA. Jalen Brunson dad was living in a nice area with predominantly white people. I said, success and white people is all he know. White people. I said, success and white people is all he know. Success with the white girls is all he know. Success with the white girls is all he know. Success with the white girls is all he know. So you can't, with the white girls is all he know. So you can't knock him for.
Wait. Did you just hear everyone just hearing this black American male saying this stuff? Let me just try to say this before. I'm gonna say this again. So you mean to tell me that Black American males are proud of the fact that Jalen Brunson, this NBA basketball player, is that they're proud that he lives in a majority white rich area. He's married to a Becky. He produced a white child, and the Negro is celebrating this. So, and that whiteness equals success. White people equals success. That's what he said. So tell me again, what do you mean by Hispanic guys or Hispanic men are trying to be white so bad? Proximity to whites when you literally have a guy, literally have this dude, this black, light-skinned Black American male living in predominantly white rich area, having sex with a white American female, producing literally an almost white child. Yet for some reason, this Black American male doesn't have no problem with that. But he's gonna come and turn around and tell me that, Kim, your people want to be white so bad. You know, you people, you Hispanic men, want to be white so bad. You want proximity to whiteness. Yeah.
Choosing the best candidate to be his wife, to be in his life. I say, look at Black America right now.
Oh, God.
The youth of Black America don't see no success in people that look like them.
This is an important
in his life. I say, look at Black America right now. The youth of Black America don't see no success in people that look like them.
Okay, so remember how they keep saying we're anti-Black, right? So how is this guy not anti-Black? The guy's promoting white equals success. The guy's promoting the fact that Jalen Brunson married to a white chick as success. The fact that he produced a white child is success. The fact that he's also saying that the Black community is a failure, that's poor, impoverished. How is this guy not anti-Black? But if I say these exact same things, if I were to go on social media and say Hispanic guys are dating white chicks to be proximity to have white babies, then the Negro will be in the comment section and start telling you that, you see, they want to be white so bad. You see, I told you that this is what white supremacy does.
This is an important insight. Most of us that come from Black America are from the inner city. Once you graduate college, are in the middle class.
Middle class, y'all, middle class. Once you move to middle class.
People move away. And in the case of Rick Brunson, his father and his mother, they lived in pretty good neighborhoods for the fact that Mr. Rick Brunson himself was a professional athlete and played professional basketball also in the NBA. So the way that Jalen Brunson grew up is not like how I grew up at Grant High School in Del Paso Heights, or how you grew up possibly in the inner city. There are some Black people, I know, believe it or not, that have grown up in exclusive gated communities, surrounded by different ethnicities, going to private school. And so their outlook.
You do realize this, they're going to majority white areas. You notice how O'Shea said diverse areas? No, you're going to predominantly white areas. If you're a Black guy and you're rich, you're going to white areas, you're going to predominantly mostly white schools, or if you go to a school that has a lot of Black Americans, I'll guarantee you that private school is run by white Americans. You go over there, you celebrate it. Now, Now, why am I saying a lot of stuff? Because I went to private school, so I know this. Black Americans who are wealthy would never put their kids in an all-black school ever. Definitely no, maybe a private school, but definitely not a public school. They will never put their black sons or daughters to a all-black public school. And I know that because the high school that I went to, that was a private school, was predominantly, half and half, 50% black, 50% white. I think one of the few exceptions to the rule because we don't have a lot of Hispanic kids, and that's high school. So basically, like, you will meet middle upper class Black Americans, smart, educated guys, good kids, grew up. Now they're like, they're at, it was a jock school I went to. So, I went to good universities like Georgia Tech, University of Indiana, Bloomington, Clemson University, University of Florida, Gainesville. One went to Miami. The other guy went to Penn State University. I know one dude who went to play basketball at Cornell. Another Black American guy I knew in my class that went to Princeton on just to play basketball. And you meet these kids. Not one of these kids, they come from well-to-do families. How much you want to bet that their parents did not want them to go to an all-black school, public school, basically? Do you want to know why? It's ghetto. They don't want to be around the ghetto. I don't blame them. I really don't blame them. But that's the truth because, and where do you think these people lived? They lived in predominantly white American communities. Now, they can't say that. Okay? So what they do say is, I live in a diverse community, aka majority non-black. Now, the reason why I say this stuff is because, now, I got no problem if a Black American male wants to live in a well-to-do, wealthy white area and wants kids raised there to go to a private school and not be around ghetto-ness. I get that. I can see that. I can respect that, and I understand that. What I don't like is Black Americans pretending this is not happening. You know why no one wants to go to your all-black schools. You know why no one wants to be all-black neighborhoods. You know this. So instead of you trying to address these problems, you want to go after Hispanic people, especially Hispanic men, and say that we're racist people, that we're anti-black, we want to be pro-white and all that weird shit, and that we've aligned with the white supremacists, our reign brother in the jail cell somewhere in California, and that we're out to kill and unalive all the Black American males they could possibly find. Yeah, give me a freaking break. No, the majority of Hispanic people, especially men, they prefer their own communities. I actually prefer living in predominant Hispanic neighborhoods and areas. We like this shit. We like our own food. I prefer going to Hispanic restaurants. Just like in California, you go to LA County right now, the majority of those Mexican guys prefer to go to a predominantly Mexican school that has mostly Hispanic kids. They once they go to college, whatever, they go out to Hispanic Latin nightclubs. They want Hispanic Mexican music. They want to drink Mexican beer, Mexican cocktails. Just like when you go to Miami, with the Cubans, they want to go to a Cuban nightclub where they play Cuban salsa music and repato and Cuban reggaeton and do all that stuff. Then they want to go and eat at Cuban restaurants, eat panko bistec or Cuban sandwiches and drink Cuban beer and drink mojitos and all that stuff. You talk to Venezuelans, the same thing. They drink polar, they eat arepas, they eat all that stuff. They're with their own people. The same with the Colombians, drinking club, drinking popoker or aguila, whatever. Just with Dominicans, they do the same thing. They drink Presidente. They go to school together. They eat, Dominican food, sancocho, all that stuff. Play dembow, Típico music, 90s merengue, play dembo, all that stuff I can think of right now. Those people, they actually prefer their culture. You guys don't. You don't. You people do not like yourselves. You guys, the first thing you guys do is get away from each other. You don't want to be at black nightclubs. You don't want to be around an all-black school. And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be mean, but I am being honest. A lot of black Americans, they don't want to go to all-black schools. We know this. And I know this because what happened in my area. So there was a time I went to public school. Not in this case, I knew people went to public school at this time. Back in high school, there was a school that was predominantly Hispanics. And every Hispanic kid in my neighborhood, they were trying to get into that school because they knew friends, they knew this and that. It was so overcrowded with Hispanic kids that, did you know that the black organization stopped all of that and saying that's unfair, we need diversity, and they basically had a policy where you had to bring in 30% of the students, you had to be black, right? So they gotta take all these rest of Hispanic kids and spread them out to different schools, and guess what happened? All the Hispanic kids were all pissed off. Like, I got my friend over here. Why gotta go an extra 5 miles at the other side of my neighborhood to go to another school when I can just go watch school with my friends? And one time there was a black dude. He got pissed off. How come y'all want to go to this school? Why don't you go to that school? And it was a predominantly black school. And the thing about it, in this all black school, it was ghetto as fuck. No one want to be there. In fact, this is the crazy thing. This is how I know people are lying. The black kids were trying to get into the Hispanic schools, not the all black schools, because of the level of violence going on in these all black schools. And if you were a kid in that neighborhood and you'll say you had good grades, they would fight to the death to go to private schools, because they did not want to go to an all-black public school. There were so many fights breaking out, so many shootings. Not shootings, stabbings. Sorry, not shootings. Stabbings, fights breaking out, fights after school. There will be fights breaking out at McDonald's, 7-Eleven stores. It got so bad that the McDonald's had to shut down and said no students are not allowed at this place until after 7 p.m. and then another time they had to shut down Chipotle. And then it was to a point that 7-Eleven refused to service this high school because kids will be robbing it. Now, the black kids that I went to private school with, some of them come from lower income areas. Now, these were kind of like nerdy black kids, but I remember there was a guy. His name was Turtle. He was a nerdy black dude. He's like 5 foot, 5'9", 5'10" dude, and he was very nerdy. And he even told me that thank God I went to this private school, because if I went to that other school in my neighborhood, I'll probably get bullied. I'll be bullied to death. This is what happens. And I understand this. I get it. But, some of these black Americans, they got to wake up. Instead of y'all trying to blame Hispanic people for whatever shit you have in your brain in your life, like, why not fix your own communities up? Because it does seem like you don't like your own people. Like it comes that way. Because when I step out, I could go to the Hispanic areas and literally eat my empanadas and drink my Modelo and then watch the coverage for the World Cup coming up. Like yesterday, there was Colombians drinking in the game between Costa Rica and have their own stuff. Like the thing about Black Americans, you guys just don't like being around your own people. You really don't. You guys say you do, but you really don't. And I know this because where I live, these people where I go to white establishments, drink Guinness, drink Hennessy, drink all this stuff that's not even from Africa, not even beer from Jamaica. No, this is all stuff from, that are not in black. I mean, even the cigar lounge where I usually frequent in the city, they will drink rum from Central and South America, from Cuba and Dominican. They don't even drink rum from like the Bahamas or Barbados. They don't even drink. I mean, it's just insane. And of course, the cigars are from Nicaragua, Panama, Mexico, Dominican Republic, definitely Cuban, Puerto Rico, and they'll smoke these cigars. They drink rum from Central America, from from Guatemala, Dominican rum, Brugal. I've literally seen in my own eyes, and they'll turn around and be acting that they're pro-black. How are you pro-black? How are you proud of your blackness when you smoke cigars from a country you're not even a part of? Now, I got no problem if you're a Black American, you want to, smoke cigars from another country, drink rum from Central America, or go to Mexican restaurants and eat Mexican food. I got no problem with that at all. I mean, that's not my business. But what I don't like is when you guys turn around and start pointing the finger at us, saying that we want to be white so bad, we want to be this and that, and you people are racist and all that stuff. I get kind of pissed off with that crap because I'm looking around, I'm saying to myself, that's not true. That's a complete lie because you know this. Because anyone that knows anything about Hispanic people, especially the men, we don't like going to their place only onto our own. And you know this. I've been on TikTok Live the last couple of days, and I've argued with Black Americans about this stuff. I told them that you live in California, you should know that the Mexicans, they stick to their own spots. They do not go into the city. You notice. And I told him that, I said, you know how I know? Because I've been to LA before. I see my own eyes. They rather be at the local bars and nightclubs outside. In fact, the biggest nightclubs in LA are outside LA. I told this one girl that. I told her, that the biggest nightclubs that are in LA County are the land ones, and they're outside the city of LA. Because I've been to them before. And I told him that. I said, that most Hispanic people don't go to Miami Beach. They're not clubbing there. They're not clubbing in Brickell. They go to the other side of the airport and go over there. Right. I told that to one chick one time because she was talking about Miami, right? I told this other guy, his name was Santoro. And he's like this Black American male that was arguing me about Dominicans. I told him that, yeah, they're uptown Manhattan. Do you see Dominicans going to Midtown, Lower Manhattan? No. Unless they go for work, let's see for real. Dominicans be in their own spots. They're not going anywhere. You know this. I told him, you've seen it with your own eyes. They're in the Bronx. They're not going to any other parts. But what do you guys do? You're the ones going to Midtown, Lower Manhattan. You're the ones talking to Becky's. That ain't Dominican guys. Do you see Colombians doing that crap? You see the Mexicans doing that crap? Ecuador? No. Do you see Argentinian men do it? Bro, there is a sub-community, there's a sub-area that's like literally like little Argentina over there. It's like around 20 places. Literally, there's a bar, there's several Argentinian restaurants, there's like a bakery, and there's like several bars, lounges where they play nothing but Argentina rock music. Do not sit there and tell me that they are in Manhattan trying to talk to Becky's. That is not what they're doing. You're doing that. You're doing that nonsense. You are traveling and going to see them. And I know that because I've seen you go into these places. I've seen you in Lower Manhattan. I've seen you walk into these white establishments and talking to other white people and trying to not grope, but grab white girls' asses and rubbing them, and which is not my business. But then at the same time, you turn around and tell them I'm a racist. You turn around saying I'm anti-black. You turn around and tell me that I want to be white so bad. What does that say about you? This is why people need to understand the level of hatred coming out of black American males. You're projecting your stuff onto us. We're not taking your crap. And if you feel that we're racist people, get out. Take your money and leave. You don't have to you don't have to be part. You don't have to be near us. Go somewhere else. This one black girl on TikTok Live was talking about how Mexicans are racist people, and she says she didn't like living in Democrat blue states, but she lives in Southern California, surrounded by Mexicans. So I come up to the stream and I told her. I said, well, you don't like Hispanic people. You don't like living in blue states, but you're living around Hispanic people and you're living in blue states. You know you can leave. She says, well, I'm not going to leave. I said, okay, then. That means you actually like being around these people. Let's get this out of the way here. Let's see, for you like to be around these people. I have no ill will with black Americans about this stuff, but here's the thing about same with white Americans too. When you are literally talking down to people, and I've been to Mexico, I'm looking at you don't have to go to Mexico. No one's telling you to go there. You're going there on your own. Because deep down inside, you like these people. But what the problem is, I don't want to take this crap from you and project because you're insecure, because you don't even like yourself. That's not my problem. Listen, I'm going to say this again. I got no problem if a white dude wants to eat Mexican food and go to a Mexican restaurant. But what I don't like is him going around saying, I hate Mexicans, but I want to fuck your women and eat your food. Because what you're doing is that you're going around and you're the one who's self-hating. And that's the same thing with black American males. They hate themselves. You don't like your food. You don't like your women. You don't like nothing. And this is the reason why your community is falling apart. Don't come to us and say that we are the anti-black. You're anti-black. You don't like being black. You don't like making black children. That's the truth that we got to point out. You don't want to make dark-skinned black American children. You want to make it lion bright and so right. Because the last time I checked, you go to Southern California, you go to Texas, you go to anywhere, Florida, these people, these ethnic groups, they prefer to be, these guys, they prefer to be with their own. There's nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong at all. And I always tell this all the time. You have to respect those cultures. You have to, I'm not saying you to agree with them, but you have to respect that. So what? If they're, like Muslim dads will tell you they don't allow their daughters to date anyone that's not Muslim. I disagree with they say that because they're Muslim, they can date whatever the fuck they want. But at the end of the day, I can't do nothing about it. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Muslim at all. I'm not a Muslim man. The only people that are going to change that is Muslim men. These white women, they're getting called they're calling them mud sharks. I talked to a white girl on TikTok about that, and she told me that What was she was saying to me? How like she is a single mom with a mixed race child, but had a black dad. Sorry, a black husband, a black ex-husband. Sorry, and that none of the white guys want to date her. And my response is, that's their choice. Well, they're closed by and racist. No, they're not. Why would a white guy want to raise a mixed child? That's not white. They're white. That's their right to say that. And this is why I tell them, why don't you go back and talk to your black ex-husband to get back together and try to reconcile and all that stuff. And says, no. And then and I'm noticing recently a lot of these white women that are single moms with like mixed race kids, I'm noticing that they always try to go back to their men. It's like, why don't you just go get another black guy then? And this is why I keep telling people, there's something that happened in that bedroom. Something has happened in that house where the white women are literally saying, I gotta go back dating my men, but I've got a mixed race child, and they don't want to accept the fact that I have a mixed race child. But my response is, that's their right to do that, because guess what? They're not mixed race. They're not half blacks. These are full white dudes. What do you expect? You should know this when you were dating this black dude. That was gonna happen. It happened. And by the way, when I told her this, I did explain to her. Now, reverse this. Do you think a black guy will accept a black woman that just got divorced from a white dude and has a mixed race child with a white dad? You think he's gonna accept that crap? He's not gonna do that. And then I also explained to her that again, this is something that I keep saying again. You do realize that interracial marriages are at a higher rate of divorces than is same race marriages. This is a fact. So when people are marrying outside their races, you do realize the majority of the time it's ending in divorces. So it's not working. Okay. And the reason why I'm saying this to people is because when people are when you're dating, that's different. Okay, completely different. You're having fun, whatever crap. You're having sex, you name whatever. When you get engaged, that's like the honeymoon period. But once you get married and you, after the last couple of years or so, then you meet your real personality comes in. Then all of a sudden Becky wants to go and do white girl things. And Tyrone does not understand that crap. And Tyrone wants to do black things. And she doesn't understand what the hell's going on with you. And then before you know, you got a mixed race kid. And there's like division and all that stuff and blah, blah, blah. And before you know, you get divorced because y'all don't know each other. And my response is, well, yeah, because y'all are just dating for the wrong reasons. And then you get a divorce. And this is the reason why I keep telling this to people all the time. Black American males are going around saying to us that we are racist people. Like, that's not racism. That's every ethnic group. Listen, let me explain how this works to everyone understand this. Okay. When these immigrant men come to the United States, they're seeing what's going on. They're looking how women are acting, behaving. Okay. And this is for any guy that comes to the United States. They see this stuff. So when it comes to like going out, picking partners or dating or going to places, this is why they say they'd rather be with their own or be in their own enclaves than just be with the mainstream America. The reason why is because they're noticing that there's something wrong with the women here. And that's the thing that they don't understand. The thing is that a lot of these American women, I'm sorry to say this, but they have been misled and lied badly because they're being told to don't be racist, give everyone a chance, don't be exclusive, be inclusive, and blah 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 and all that stuff. And look what's happening in your favor. disaster. You're getting shit on, you're getting laughed at, guys are making fun of you, they're saying that you're old and 30, all this weird shit, right? Well, while this is happening, these guys are sitting around saying that, well, since I had interracial coochie, I'm above everyone, I'm going to start going abroad. And once again, this is the thing about this. So, and then, but on the opposite end of this is that you got Black Americans and white Americans too, especially them. They are making endless videos. I'm seeing on TikTok Live and everything. They're criticizing Hispanic people. What's your racial makeup? You're stupid. You're not. You could do whatever. You can talk whatever the fuck you want, but that's your choice. But that's not the problem. It's the kind of say you're stupid, you dumb, and it's like when I step back, I think when I hear them say this stuff to my face, I was hearing them talk like, "Oh, I want to lecture you." Let me explain something to you very carefully. I told this one white dude this because he was saying that about the Spanish and this and that the cowboy culture came from us. It was white people. This I just told him, I said, "Listen, I understand what's going on here and I get this, but let me explain something to you. Okay, you are saying this stuff because you feel like white means you're superior. But I want to let you know the real truth. Once you step outside this country, there's a tar behind your back. They don't like you. And what I mean by they don't like you, I'm talking about the rest of the world. You got bad manners. You don't respect people. You feel entitled, and you don't respect even culture because you don't even have one. Now, when I look at Black Americans, when I listen to the way they talk, you don't respect culture. You don't respect a community. You don't respect nothing. This is what's happening when you go outside this country. Once you step outside the United States, this is why you got to talk about. This is what's going on in Mexico too. Recently, there's been fights breaking out between Black Americans, acting up to the point that local Mexicans are beating them up. And now it's creating racism. No, it's not. You are not going to another country and acting just how you keep saying, "Oh, you can't go." You guys act entitled. You act like babies. You think you're better than people, and it's like do you think that Hispanics that come to this country, they're scrubbing toilet seats and picking up trash and doing lawns? You think they're like saying, "I'm better than America"? No, they're not. That's a fantasy that you guys are saying to yourselves. Because the truth of the matter is that you think that you're above us, and that's fine because we feel like we're doing servitude work. That's fine. But what you're not going to do is go to our countries and think that you're better than everyone because you're an American. You're not going to do it. And this is why no one and this is why I keep telling me all the time, you better shut your mouth in real life. Because in real life, when you go down to these countries, they're not going to tolerate this crap. They're not. Because it's not fair. It's not fair to sit there and talk down to people because just because you got Trump in office, you feel like you're emboldened now. That's not true. You're not going to Spain, and I'm not joking myself. You're not going to sit there and lecture me about Spain, okay? Oh, Spanish people, they're racist towards Latinos and all that stuff. I saw a white girl say something. My response is, ma'am, you're white American. They don't want you there either. Better yet, this is another thing too. Why don't you just respect people and leave people alone? Who cares? It's none of your business. If Mexicans are racist and they want to be white, why do you care? Leave these people alone. Argentina, look at them and blah, blah, blah. Just look at them. What's wrong with them? Leave them alone. Why do you care? Dominicans denying their. Why do you care about Dominicans? Why do you care Dominicans denying their blackness? Why do you care? Why? Why? You're not Dominican. Why do you care? Why? You think that if they claim blackness, you can think that's right for you to fuck them? That's what you want? Because, thank you. So why? They can listen to you guys? Seriously? So what's the opposite of anti-blackness? Pro-blackness, right? Right? Am I correct here? Being anti-black? So if you're anti-black, they don't want to be anti-black. So the opposite of anti-black is being pro-black, right? They want to accept pro-blackness, right? Well, look at Puerto Ricans. in New York City, in the Northeast region. Look how they accepted pro-blackness. Look what's happening to them. They have destroyed their own communities. The pro-black stuff has done nothing but destroyed your communities. Look what you've done when you accepted Marcus Garvey nonsense. It has destroyed nothing. Marcus Garvey is a con artist. Okay? That black man that went to come to the United States, the reason why Jamaicans didn't accept his crap, because guess what? He knew he was full of crap. He conned people. He was the one that conned people. He was the one that he had an issue with biracial mixed dudes that had rich white dads. Oh, you think you're better than me because that you got that color eyes and that curly hair. You have a rich white dad. You think you're better than a dark skinned black man. That same dark skinned black man, Marcus Garvey, what has he done for the black community? Nothing. He has done. Oh, he's the one who birthed the pro black stuff. Yeah, look what happened. The Puerto Ricans that said the blackness, that even the most whitest Puerto Rican started calling themselves black. Look at the results. Look at that Puerto Rican Day Parade. Look at that crap. They destroyed it. Is a Puerto Rican Day Parade this coming week, the first week of June? Go look at that stuff. Look how they destroyed that whole thing. Before it used to be very big and popular. Look what happened. Destroyed it. Destroy all the businesses. This is what happens. This is how and you don't think our people cannot see this stuff? That's just why I reject that nonsense. You're anti. No. Being anti-black is a good thing. I'll tell you why. Because I reject those Afrocentric people. They don't even care about black community. Dr. Amos Wilson, Dr. Cressus Welsing, Nelly Foley Jr., Bobby Hermit, Khalid Muhammad. All those little poke folks, little fist puppeteer, Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Claude Anderson, all those little pro-black people. Yeah, uses all that stuff, and look what's going on with you guys. Ridiculous. Now you got white Americans too with that whole pro-white crap. We gotta do this and be proud of our whiteness and all this and that. Yeah. All the time I hear that all those pro-white people, and guess what? They tell the white women that you need to birth up more white babies because we're in decline and everything like that. Yeah. Meantime, white men are dating out, making mixed babies. None of those white nationalists ain't worried about those people, those babies. Don't tell white men to stop doing that. You notice that? You notice that the white nationalists never tell white men to stop having interracial sex. I never heard of it. I never heard any of these white nationalists. I don't hear people like from the American Renaissance, the KKK, or any of these outlet people, the whole crew. I don't hear them say, "Hey, white man, stop dating outside your race." I didn't even hear that. In fact, what they do is even worse. They go to Europe, right? And they try to get Slavic women, not Dutch women, not Irish women, not British women, not Swedish women. No. They go to Slavic nations, places where the sense of mixed people that are near the Mediterranean that have been descendants of slaves. Okay, Slavics. They'll go to Bulgaria, Romania. They'll go to Moldova, Russia, Ukraine. They'll go there to pick up their quote unquote white wife. And say I'm having white children. It's an all white. The same thing with black Americans, the pro-blacks. When they talk about I want to marry a black woman, what do you think they go to? They go to Brazil, they go to Colombia, go to the Dominican Republic. See, guys, I'm marrying a black woman. They don't go to West Africa. You kidding me? They're not going to Ghana. They're not going to Nigeria. They're not going to those places. They'll go to Ethiopia though. But they're not going to the Congos or the Sudan to find, like, especially the dark ones. They're not going to Chad. They're not going to Nigeria. No. They're not going to none of those places. They're not even going there to get their wives over there. But they will go to Brazil to get their black wives. I wonder why. But they're going to turn around and tell us that we're the racists.
outlook on life is a lot different than us who've grown up in what you would consider Black America. For an example, let's take Bronny James. It's much different than his father, and this is the case for Mr. Jalen Brunson. But this individual here would continue to say more.
What do they see up and down their timeline? Just fighting and arguing.
I run a
He's talking about black women. Hold on.
Murders, scamming, everything up you could think of. That's all they see. So why would it?
More.
What do they see up and down their timeline? Just fighting and arguing, murders, scamming, everything up you could think of. That's all they see. So why would it want to be with a black? Why would he? When he already got examples of what not to do. Want to be with a black? Why would he? So why would it want to be with a black? So why would it want to be with a black? So why would it want to be with a black? Why would he? When he already got examples of what not to do.
Now,
Oh my goodness. What? Look at that proud black man. Look at that. Oh my goodness, my mixed child. Oh my goodness. Listen, man, I'm telling you, man, this black American male, he really wants to line his race up. He is so happy to have that almost, dare I say, white child. My white child. Behold the new black man. Behold, Banana Princess, the black man. Oh, yes. Oh. Cam, you Hispanic man, you want to be black so bad. You wish you want to be black. That's another part too, right? At the same time, while we're trying to be white so bad and proximity to whiteness, the Negro starts saying that you want to be near to copy of black people and copy our style swag because you want to be a black, you wish you were black like us, but you can't do that because we're so powerful. That's kind of weird, right? Look at that proud mixed child. Look at that proud mixed child, folks. Look at that proud mixed child.
A representative of the NAACP was booed when he talked about a black-brown coalition.
Now remember, this is the African channel of Philip Scott. You know, the one who banged, who's sleeping with a Mexican chick, but yeah, he's pro-black. This is an event in Ohio, the one of these pro-black things, where clearly guys like Philip Scott and crew are the ones making, content about, black power shit, right? So let's get ahead here.
Because our cause is our cause. So we all know that we want to be able to eat. We should all be able to eat, to flourish, to be able to be happy in this city. And so whatever that looks like to you is what needs to be communicated to the powers that be.
Solidarity with whom? Could you describe who need to be in solidarity with? I'm confused.
Here's something the car insurance company.
That's right, solidarity, folks. Ooh, the features that no one wants to date.
black and brown people throughout the city. Well, if that's I'm not sure if the issue is there. If it's a numbers game, it's the same problem. The way we,
Look at that crowd! Whoa! Look at this! Look.
I'm not sure if the issue is there.
Look! I want everyone to look at this. Okay, this guy here, he's not married to a black woman.
I'm confused. Could you describe who needs to be solid?
Okay, right here, this man right here, Philip Scott, the big wide nose guy here, not married to a black woman, married to a Mexican chick.
Solidarity with whom?
Now, remember this.
Could you describe who?
Now, she got a big butt. She's a mammy. She will give her big white ass all these dark skinned black men and make, but their wife her up because her face is not that pretty. She has a weave on. So I'm confused about this. So how is she having a weave on, but she's probably black, but she has her somewhere not wearing her natural hair? It's right in front of you. Besides, you got to encode the Negro. How in the hell are you pro-black, but this guy here on the far left is not even married to a black girl, a black woman from his own community, and the lady on the right here is not even wearing his natural hair.
Who need to be in solidarity with? I'm confused.
For me, that's black and brown people throughout the city.
All right, right here, you got. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They easily get the big booty chicks with the fuck up faces. See, look at that.
Well,
look at that lady. This woman is proud. She is so proud of her blackness that she's gonna wear another race of women's hair. That's how proud their blackness is.
I'm not sure if the issue is there. If it's a numbers game, it's the same problem.
Everyone look. Wait. Someone has got to do this. Hold on. 1 second here. I want everyone to count this. Okay. This is the quote unquote rally or this event where it's supposed to be pro-blackness and black power and all that stuff. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Black American Male? Why is Brad here? Jaguar, Ranger, is anyone Banana Princess, am I delusional here? Is that a white T-man? The Negro, he really, I have to look at the Negro kind of weird. You criticize these Hispanic people, Hispanic men especially, being racist and anti-black. We don't want unity. You only care about yourself. Why is there a white American male in proximity to your little pro-black festival? That's a white T-man. Right there. Right there. Philip Scott even paid for his daughter-in-law's quinceañera. Like, yeah. How are you pro-black, but you have a quince? Oh, by the way, did you know that Black Americans are pissed off saying that? I actually talked to one lady. There was a race going on with y'all because can I talk to a lady on TikTok saying how they didn't want any black guys or black people in the quince thing, and I was like, well, it is a Mexican thing. Well, it doesn't matter. It shows how anti-black these people are. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. Where is your sweet 16s? And then she paused. I said, wait a minute. Why do you guys care about quinces? You're not Hispanics. Like, and then she was like telling me back and forth, but we have sweet 16s too. I said, no, you don't. Like, black, like, am I lost here, Banana Princess? So why are all these racist women focusing on Hispanic women's quinces? I actually told you know why? I'll tell you why. And tell me about Banana Princess, this is true. you girls, you ladies, when you were in high school, and these other groups of women saw the fact that you have quinceas where you can dress up and dance and do that stuff. You know something? Deep down inside, you want something like that for yourself too, and you never had that. That's why a lot of girls get jealous of that too. And that's why I told her, I said, you know what's so funny? Thousands on so you can be with a Mexican woman. Like, you know what's crazy about this is that what's so sad about this? There are sweet 16s. You notice something? No one cares about those things. This is why I keep telling people about Black Americans, white Americans. You guys are pressed on people and their cultural customs. But my question is this: why don't you guys? And I blame this on the men. Why don't these women go to their men and ask questions? Hey, how come you don't have our version of quinces or celebration of women growing mature? Where's our sweet 16 or quince or a woman turning into a girl turning into a woman? Where's that celebration in our community? Where's that at? Because you know what the truth is? These men don't give a fuck about their women. These groups of men, they don't care about their daughters. So I'm still confused about this. Why are Black Americans and even white men, why do you care about, that's what I told her, why do you care about quinces? That's not even for Black American girls. She got really ignorant. I say, why are you saying that? I'm like, because you're not Hispanic. In fact, it was Mexican men that created that stuff. Why do you care? You want to? And she told me, why don't you celebrate your own Sweet 16? I said, oh, I forgot. No one cares about that. Don't blame me. Blame your men. Because they're the ones supposed to be funding that stuff, supposed to be supporting. They don't care about that. Instead, you want to put your frustration on Hispanic guys when we're not supposed to take care of you people. So Mexican men, Hispanic men create quinces for their daughters. So you need to talk to your dads about that. That same goes for white girls. That same goes for the other groups of women, girls too. You need to talk to your fathers on how come you don't have a celebration where a girl could become a woman. Where's that at? Now, I know in other cultures, there's a celebration like that. I don't know all of them, but you need to stop worrying about Hispanic people and quinces. Because listen, for real, in my real life, if there was a quince in my daughter, there'll be no Black, no Asians, nothing. I want to make it all Hispanic, and that's it. That's a Hispanic thing. And if someone is going to be Black, it better be Black Hispanic. If someone's going to be white Hispanic, because I'm getting tired of this stuff going on. And you know something? You should be lucky because these fathers really don't care. So, for example, the kids that I went to, like, we had a diverse group of kids because, these girls, like, they go to school and everything. There was a girl that was white that was part of the Chamberlain, like the dance, the ceremony. There was a white girl. There was an Arab girl. There was this. Those are her friends. You can't change her friends. So the father paid for everything, and the parents was. And you know something? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with what I says. Like, you should. It's another thing. You keep saying that Mexican Hispanic men are racist people, but they're the ones paying these girls' dresses too. It's not the other parents. It's the Hispanic guy. Not only they're paying the dresses, they're also paying for the guy's outfits too. They're also paying for the choreographer too, and the cake, and other stuff too. I'm confused about this. And they're turning around saying that we're the racists. You're the how am I the racist? You're the ones going to that's why I told this black girl, you're the ones being a part of it. And the reason why you want to be a part of it, because you wish you were that girl. But the problem is you can't, because why? Sorry, your dad's Black American. Sorry, because your dad is white American. Sorry if these other ethnic groups do not somebody's. I know this for a fact. They're Sweet 16s. I know this. I've seen it. Okay. The problem is that you guys just don't care for it. There's so many girls. I was growing up. I didn't realize this as I got older, because I thought about every girl's a quince. But I keep forgetting it's for Hispanic girls. And that's why I met other women say, I never had anything like that. I never had a quince. I never had a Sweet 16. That's something sad. So do not sit there and tell me that we're racist people because we care about our daughters. Because we do care. You guys don't care about your daughters. And what I mean by your daughter, talk about the ones for your own group. You don't care celebrating these girls becoming women. You don't care about that. Okay? You guys do not care. And the thing about it is that if you guys really did care, your dads would have celebrated, had their own versions of quinces, which is Sweet 16s. You have your own. Listen, you could create your own customs. You could do this. American men can do this. They're just lazy to do about it. Very lazy. Because this goes back to what I told you. Black and white American, especially the Black American male, but definitely the white American, he's up there too. They do not like themselves. And sometimes I've noticed this as well. Like, you can create your own culture. In fact, I say this all the time. You could copy. There's nothing wrong copying people. Okay. You can have your own versions of Sweet 15s. Well, Hank Hill, of course, because you're a guy. Okay, let's see, for real, you're a guy. Even for me, I'm not a big fan of quinces too, because we're all dudes. If you're the father, you're pissed off because you gotta pay all this shit. Girls do. I don't. I don't like quinces. I had to because my sister dragged me to one. Personally, for me, I wouldn't care. That's another thing too. But this goes back to, it's another prime example about this. The Black American male. I want everyone to look at this again. Count how many women are there. One, 2, 3. I think they're all sitting down. They're not even being upset. Brad's up there talking to Tyrone. Look at that. Princess Brad, Black American. Yeah, you could do that. She got a car. Look, Brad right there. Look at the women. Look, watch. Look at this. Women, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, look at all these fat white. Yo, listen, man. I'm telling you, dude. Black America, this pro-blackness stuff is weird. They only we're all the young people. This is why no one cares about this. Wow, look at this. Look at this lady, I'm proud of my blackness. I'm just here with all these fat, overweight black men. Yo, there's so many black guys overweight. They're really big. That man about to eat another man. Oh, look at that. Another one, too. Oh, my goodness. Look at another fat woman. Yo, let me say something about Black American males. Let me say something right now. Okay. Look at this. I'm sorry. Why are all your women overweight and sitting down? This whole thing about this NAACP, they were booing at it. Yo, this is some lame ass boring shit. This is embarrassing. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Why is everyone heckling sitting down? Why is everyone sitting down? And why are so many fat, overweight black dudes in this whole thing? What is wrong with you people?
Now, during a panel discussion featuring the advice show Philip Scott and Vicky Dillard, a man dressed in an NAACP hoodie talked about the need for solidarity between black and brown people. And after he made this statement about a black-brown coalition, many of the panelists looked unimpressed, and even Philip Scott bowed his head, and the audience booed this whole statement, showing a rejection of this idea that had been pushed in the black community during the days of the civil rights movement. Now, this is the second response we've seen from foundational black Americans pushing against old narratives that were pushed in the black community. Now, I remember Professor Black Truth showing some footage of a young brother coming out as they were having a National Action Network event. And as they were having this National Action Network event, he was talking about tangibles and reparations, pushing back against the spin narratives of the old legacy civil rights movement and its civil rights leaders. And with this whole statement, we see the black community of foundational black Americans once again pushing back against one of these old narratives as related to the Black-Brown coalition, which many of us foundational black Americans who are a part of Generation X know is nothing more than complete bullshit. Because there never really was a Black-Brown coalition. And I know this from personal experience growing up here in the South Bronx, where...
Oh God. Oh my goodness. I grew up here in the South Bronx. Oh my goodness. Someone from the Bronx. Where is Banana Princess? Where is she? Where is Banana Princess? Where is that lovely gal?
We had a black community all the way for a while, but as black folks started forming this coalition with Hispanics, what happened is that we got a Hispanic borough president, Fernando Ferrer, in 1984. And as Hispanics started building businesses in black communities like bodegas and other institutions, they started taking over the economy of the community. And after they took over the economy of the community, they went out and worked with white supremacy to push.
What the hell is wrong? Wait a minute, hold up. Negro, what kind of fantasy is this? They build businesses and they align themselves with white supremacy. And when they put the white cloth on their hair and start burning down. You know, I wouldn't be surprised he started saying they were gutting down dark-skinned black men left and right. They're gutting down for no reason. There was no black and brown unity. J-Bear, did you guys ever have a coalition? No. Their whole coalition was black men trying to get with Latinas and these events, and that was it. You know, it's the same thing. Like, oh my God, the Mexicans are aligning themselves with the white man to kill to unalive the black man. I'm like, where was this meeting at? Well, JC Miller, he believes that Mexicans and these other Hispanic groups were working with white T Americans to co-opt to attack and go after black Americans. Let's see for real, because JC, because you're a white American male, like, was there any meetings with Hispanic people, Hispanic men, to go after Black Americans? Like, was there any means like this? I highly doubt that. It's a fantasy coming from Black. Let's be for real. There's nothing wrong with this, but it's true. Most white American males, they don't really come in contact with Hispanic guys like that. Like, that's the thing. Their whole coalition was basically to bang Latina women. There was no meeting, right? Yeah. Jason Miller, am I right in California, right? That most Hispanic guys, most Mexican dudes, they just go to mostly Mexican schools, live in Mexican areas, and go to Mexican establishments, right? You don't see them white-owned establishments in California, right? Very rarely. Banana Princess, apparently, the Negro said that there was a genocide that occurred in the Bronx. That there was no Black and brown coalition.
Black people out. 1984, and as Hispanics started building businesses in Black communities like bodegas.
Is this true? They started building Black businesses in Black communities? No, dude. They created their own communities. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. They created businesses in our communities. Okay, and what did you do about that? You didn't do anything.
And other institutions, they started taking over the economy of the community. And after they took over the economy of the community, they went out and worked with white supremacy to push Black people out. And now today, the Bronx is predominantly Hispanic, and most of the few remaining Black people are here see their communities further being taken over, where they don't have any sort of economic power, no sort of political power, and nobody looking to give them any sort of tangibles or even give them any of the jobs in their own community where they live. And this is where many foundational Black Americans realized here in the Bronx that there was no Black-Brown coalition, and many more in other communities like Kid Organic has talked about. I mean, he talked about in South Central how the Mexicans basically pushed all the Black people out. So people are...
But wait a minute, hold up. Kid Organic said that, but you mean Compton? You mean that ratchet ghetto place that... Oh, by the way, they don't want to tell you this part. You do realize that JC Miller, tell me I'm not lying because you're a white dude. Tell me this. You know back in the 90s, a white dude walking in Compton gets shot at? You know that, right? It says they pushed out all the Black folk out there. You do realize the crime went down. You are aware of this, right? You are aware the crime rate went down in the South Bronx. I live in the South Bronx. You Hispanic people pushed out all the Black folks out, and we have no equity. But guess what, bro? The crime went down. Remember what was the Bronx like when it was majority Black? Do you want to know what it was like in the Bronx back in the 90s and the 80s? It was hell on earth. Do you know what was the Compton like, South Central like, to the point they don't even call it South Central no more. They call it South Los Angeles. Do you know what was life like in South Central when it was majority Black? Do you want to know what was going on back in those days? Do you really... Like, do we need to understand this to the Black American Negro? Oh my God, they pushed out all the people, the South Bronx. They pushed them all out. They're not going to tell you the truth. They're not going to tell you that it actually got better. They're not going to tell you now that Compton is safer now, to the point that white people like J.C. Miller can go walk around and be okay. He can literally look around. Oh, look, a taco truck. Let's go to the taco truck. I've been to Compton. I see it with my own eyes. You know the train station to Compton? You pass through the library. You see like the Compton Library? oh, people, what, Kim, you went to Compton? Yes, I have. I was in Compton. I remember going to go to Best Buy. I remember going to Target. I remember that. I saw white Americans. In fact, I talked to a black guy over there. He even told me that it's safer in Compton now. I'm just confused. I literally listen. I'm so confused by the whole thing about South Central. Look what Kid Organic says. He said that Kid Organic, that loser, that dude that tried to dox me. Hold on a second here, bro. I'm lost here. You're the same guy who lives in Palmdale, California. You live in Palmdale, California. A majority Mexican area. You don't want to be in the... See, and this is the thing about black Americans. Oh, they're pushing us out. They are. Really? Have you go look at Oakland. Did you know Oakland's crime has gone way down now ever since black Americans left Oakland? And they say, oh my God, I live in Oakland now, and there's barely any black people now. And in the Bay Area, and they left, and that's not fair because these illegal immigrants showed up, and they're pushing out us black folks out. But they don't want to talk about how the crime rate went down. Because it did went down. And trust me when I say this to people, what they will. Oh, wait, Tim, what about saying? Well, first, it says, well, there were already Mexicans there, but when black people moved in large numbers in the 50s, it was known they were assaulting white people back then. Of course, they were assaulting white people. They hate y'all. Look at Orange County. Look at black Americans. Like they it's weird. Like black women will beat the shove out of white women all the time, and of course, white men get their ass whooped by a bunch of white guys. By a bunch of black guys. Listen again, across the country, the only people that stood up against black Americans overall are Hispanic people. Because we're like, no, you're not going to do this to my face. Okay, what they won't tell you, Kev, in the late 80s and 90s, the black communities took HUD vouchers that moved them into the deserts up by Valencia. Chasing government assistance moved them into the desert. Banana Princess, getting jumped and robbed by black Americans or raped by the AA male. That's true. We cannot forget about that. Jason, be careful because this modern day black American male, not only will he beat you up, he will take off your pants and try to grope you. Try dingling your pee-pee. Be careful. Now, when Lauren is not the preference, it's you, JC Miller. This black American male wants you, not Lauren. The Bronx, the 50s, Italian and Jewish. Yeah, there was Jewish. There's still some Jewish people, but like I said before, like, really?
Be looking to give them any sort of tangibles or even give them any of the jobs in their own community where they live. And this is where many foundational Black Americans realized here in the Bronx that there was no Black-Brown coalition, and many more in other communities like Kid Organic has talked about. I mean, he talked about in South Central how the Mexicans basically pushed all the Black people out. So people are seeing that there is no solidarity between black and brown. And we basically saw that with the 2016 election, the 2020 election, and the 2024 election, where a lot of Hispanics weren't looking to have a coalition with black people as they went out here and voted for the orange man because what they really wanted was to go out here and be white supremacist adjacent. And I'm not going to say white adjacent, but white supremacist adjacent. And as they looked to form a covert contract with the orange man and the far right, they thought they could get a gateway into being a part of white supremacy, only to have the orange man basically go out here and look to slam a door on that with his ICE enforcement. And many of those same brown people are actively open to looking to participate in supporting racists like that and continue to support racists in the black community, because a lot of these people who are a part of the brown are really anti-black. And we saw this recently with a shooting that took place at a mosque in San Diego. One of those shooters was a Hispanic man, and that what this whole situation is showing many black people is that many who are brown are anti-black. So more and more black people are starting to realize that mosque in San Diego, one of those shooters was a Hispanic man, and that what this whole situation is showing many black people is that many who are brown are anti-black. So showing many black people is that many who are brown are anti-black. So more and more black people are starting to realize that there was no black anti-black. And we saw this recently with a shooting that took place at a mosque in San Diego. One of those shooters was a Hispanic man, and that what this whole situation is showing many black people is that many who are brown are anti-black. So more and more black people are starting to realize that there was no black and brown coalition. And as we realize that there is no black and brown coalition, more and more black people are getting on code. And as we get on code, this is the thing that is got many of those legacy types, like this guy with the NAACP sweatshirt, shaking in their boots. And it's got them shaking in their boots because they know they can no longer go out here and sell the soap of the NAACP, which is about the National Association for the Advancement of Certain Colored People. And those certain colored people are mostly these bootlicks and these shills who go out here and get their benefits from the system of white supremacy, because the NAACP in and of itself never really was a black institution. No, it was never really one founded by us foundational black Americans. No, if you look at the history, it was an organization formed by many of these whites out here and their supporters, with a couple of really good black folks like the late Ida B. Wells and other people, but it never really was about our advancement, and it wasn't about looking to push a black empowerment or a black agenda. But now many foundational black Americans realize that this organization and its ideals are completely outdated, because we are no longer about empty symbolic gestures or forming coalitions and alliances with people who are working against us behind the scenes. No, we understand that we are on our own. And as we are on our own, we're focusing on looking to develop our own platform and develop our own platform that goes out here and specifically is for us. Because when it came to these coalitions were about everybody else getting theirs and us just being used as buffers and blosters to bluster up the numbers, but get nothing in return. As related to tangibles, we got nothing out of the deal outside of being said, oh, we are alongside you, but as these people got theirs, they basically leapfrogged over us, and they went out here and used black to move themselves up, and not move themselves up to go out here and show that America was fair, but look to move themselves up to climb the hierarchy of white supremacy. And that's where many of us foundational Black Americans are just saying enough is enough. Many of us Gen Xers, many of us millennials, many Gen Z, many Gen Alpha, we've changed the whole narrative from that of the baby boomers, which were all about acceptance and looking to go out here and form these coalitions with all these other different groups who at the end of the day went out here and after they went out here and stood with us. Then once they got theirs, decided to become a part of white supremacy. That's where a lot of Black people just are tired of this nonsense, and we're no longer with this whole solidarity tip. And I'm really glad to see more and more Black people walking away from these old narratives that are detrimental to us. I'm glad to see more and more Black people openly pushing back, and it really shows me the overall impact of new Black media over the last, I would say, 18 years, ever since we got the YouTube platform and new Black media forming online. We've seen a complete change as related to the narratives of mainstream media, where I remember watching many talk shows where you would get one of these NAACP clowns, and they would be talking about unity, they would be talking about diversity and inclusion, and pushing all these narratives. And now we're seeing more Black people saying, hey, we're not with these narratives because these narratives are completely detrimental to us. We understand that the only reason why you come into Black people is because you want to use us as the face of your story. Meanwhile, covertly pushing an agenda where you're looking to work against us. You're looking to go out here and form these coalitions so you can come into our communities and exploit our economy, exploit our resources, and take money out of our community. And that's where Black people, again, are saying enough is enough.
But this is the thing. Where is this happening? The Negro has the Negro has a fantasy of himself. So we're taking money away from you. Where you're stealing our money. Where is this happening? We're stealing money away from you. I've argued with several Black Americans about this. They keep saying that we're lowering the wages, right? This is what they'll say. But here's the thing about this. I keep saying this all the time. Like, I'm just telling you. The truth of the matter is like, okay, but okay, it's either you accept lower wages or have no wages. And this is why I keep telling people, like, this whole argument about they have that they lowered the wages, right? And stealing our money and resources. This is the thing that I always like kind of look at them kind of weird, because they feel like we're still, this is what Americans feel like. We're stealing their resources away. This is what's happening. We're stealing them. Americans do this all the time. Can I ask you guys a question? Where do you think bananas come from? Where do you think pineapple comes from? Okay, the stuff that you are wearing on your clothes, right? Okay, do us a favor, okay? I want you to turn around your cell phones and ask me, where do your cell phones come from? Okay? And then I want you to go to your local grocery store and ask the question, where do these avocados come from? So Becky can make her avocado toast. Where do you think that's coming from? Also, another thing that people don't want to talk about is that your guys, your hot sauces that y'all guys like to make, where do you think they're making that from? Your medicines that you're making in this country, where do you think they're making it? Where do you think they got the ingredients from? See, Black Americans, and not just them, but other people too, when they talk about resources, they don't understand. The people that are from different countries are feeding your resources. Samsung is not an American brand. That's from South Korea. Toyota, Lexus, the Volkswagen, your Ferraris, your other stuff, you guys consume non-American products. You don't believe me? Go to your go drive. In fact, do it right now. Stop the whole thing. Go outside and go get your car and drive. Start counting how many American-owned, American-branded car you see on the road. Your duffel wares, your trash bags, where do you think that came from? So when you sit there and you tell people a blatant when America says you suck our resources, motherfucker, we're giving you our resources, you idiot. Where do you think popcorn comes from? Who do you think invented popcorn? You? No. Where do you think gum comes from? Where do you think candy comes from? Where do you think you got the different? Where do you think rubber comes from? Step back and think the tires you have on your cars? Where do you think that comes from? And then we're gonna turn around and hear a Black American talk about there you go, thank you, Hennessy. Where do you think that comes from? Like y'all love to drink. Okay, when you drink your margarita, where do you think that freaking comes from? When you drink your old fashioned, where do you think that comes from? And every time I talk to a white American about it, they're like, oh, we drink whiskey. Bro, your Tennessee whiskey crap from Kentucky, Tennessee, outside of the United States, who drinks that crap? No one does. And I'm going to say this again about Black Americans, that they don't seem to understand this stuff. No one's trying to align with white supremacy to get at you. You guys failed your community because you don't want to build nothing. This is what's happening to Black Americans. They want to say that, oh, they took our resources, our money, and blah, blah. What are you talking about? No one told you to stop picking up oranges. You chose not to. And what's so comical about this is that the resources that you guys are having are from other countries, but you guys want to be anti-immigrants. I'm confused about this stuff. You're going to be anti-immigrants, but at the same time, you're consuming immigrant products, German products, wine. Most of y'all drink French, Spanish, Italian wine. That's so different. Oh no, we could drink wine from America, from California. No, come on. Stop that nonsense. Stop that. No one cares about no fucking wine from California. I don't care about no Napa Valley crap. And then they turn around and they want to sit there. This is the same community that goes to a weave store and buys bundles of weaves from women that are not from their backgrounds. And they put it on their heads and turn around and be pro-Black. They'll literally will sit there, complain about Indians, but wear Indian hair. They'll complain about the Vietnamese owning nail salons. They will sit there and complain about the white man and all. It's white supremacy. What are you talking about? And then we have to sit here while he sits there talking about white supremacy. This black American male is having sex with white women. We see it all day in New York City, where this Negro is going to Manhattan talking to Becky. In Orange, I mean, JC, in Southern California, is Tyrone going to white establishments, being the token Negro that he is, walking in there, trying to talk to Becky, and trying to have sex with Becky? We should bring Lauren up one day, right? We should bring Lauren and ask Lauren how many how many black men with big cocks want to get into bed with you? And then he has the nerve to sit there and talk about we are trying to align ourselves with white supremacy when even he knows that's full of crap. Because when this invasion occurred to the black American male in New York City, what did you do? What you did in return? You got this. What you did? You went to and immediately took off your pants and tried sex with non-black women. To be fair, I always see mostly mixed black white people. Yeah. Black dads with white moms. Trust me, JC Miller, there's black men during Southern California. Thank you for black girls too. Okay, then. And guess what? They're talking to Brad, and then you know how that goes. And then, of course, you give me that white cock, Brad. Oh, yes. Oh, it's like, oh, give me that. Yeah. Brad, this is, and they're telling us that they're trying to fight against white supremacy. How are you going to fight white supremacy when Brad and when Tyrone and Keisha are trying to have sex with Brad and Becky? JC Miller, in these white establishments that you've seen, do you see Mexican or Hispanic guys going in these establishments and try to talk to Becky and try to take off their pants and try to have sex with Becky and enjoy white American vagina? Not saying it doesn't exist, but this Hank Hill, I'm here in Cali. Hank Hill, you're beaner too. No, not like that. Yeah, I'm yo, listen, I saw, listen, Tyrone is watching golf. Tyrone is next to Becky during when the match is being played. Tyrone wants to be at the golf clubhouses and being up rubbing against Brad. Tyrone wants to be the Kentucky Derby and be around Brad and Becky and be the token Negro and like, oh, I'm desirable, becoming the only black man. I'm the token Negro. Tim, I got hit on by a black divester, the most awkward cop ever, and just yep, they do yoga. Yeah, I know. And then they turn around, you would lie yourself to white supremacy. You would lie yourself to white supremacy. Oh, JC Miller, hold on. You wanna? I don't know if you want to follow me on Instagram, but here you go. You can type. You can go look it up here. I have a burn. That's a burner place. Some incognito, but you could go look it up. I can't believe this. So yeah, JC Miller. If you're on Instagram, you go look me up. It's Kimbo1213T. You can do it right now. She literally said people online are saying our kinds should be together. Like what people online? Oh yeah. That's Tim. Like it's not our who says we should be together. Who? But Tim, they've been saying that for decades now. I'm like, oh, because I told you, Tim. I'm saying this again. Black American women, they see us as their men. It sounds weird, but they do. They see us as their men. Just like white American women. Becky. We gotta fight white supremacy. Come on now. You lied to white supremacy. Crave for that black man. And this is why I understand this. We see so many videos like this. And I know this because we see it all the time. Like, he is the prize. And, I love this stuff because when you go on social media, you're going to see all of this stuff. Look at that. Look at all these videos. Now, remember, we're trying to align ourselves with white supremacy. Meanwhile, the Negro is having sex with white women. Two types of white women that only date black men. White women confess love and cravings for black men, heartbreaking to white men. Why white women are choosing black men. Why some black men date and marry white women. White women exposes their playbook for winning high value black men. White women says they feel safer around black men than white men. Why women always ask white men ask white women about black men on the first dates. White confesses 100 why they love black men so much. Only facts. Oh my goodness. White women says black women use men for money. Open debate. They got a debate for this too. Look at this stuff. Look at it. It's endless. It's endless. It's so much. Like it's just like when they keep saying to me that Kim, your men want to align with white supremacy. I'm just looking at them weird. I'm like, so why am I seeing this? White women open up about dating black African men. Black women are losing it over black men dating white women. Makes no sense. White women confesses about black men. No one talks about it. Why do black women date? Black women expose why they don't want to date black men anymore. Black men rejected. Refuse to date them. White women love black men. I'll never date another white woman who only dates black men. White women reveals that what drew them to black men. I mean, my goodness. Even if you just do your algorithm thing, like do right now. It's like it's so much. It's like this. He dissed black men for dating white women. This happened. White men are asking white women about black men. Pedestal, power, percentage. Black women. I'm going to look at this. Hold on a second. I want to see this myself.
Black girls didn't like me. I date white girls because black girls didn't like me. I don't believe you.
Well, first, I don't believe you don't believe. Nope. Second, I think you're pandering. Why? Because maybe it'll get you a girl. Newsflash, that don't work.
There is no way that every black woman didn't like you. The problem is the black girls you like didn't like you.
Now, that's a premise I'm willing to entertain, but let's see what this says.
Oh my goodness. Look at wow, look at that. These guys really just don't like being wow. Black men belong Latina's part 10. You know something? I got a question to all these people.
She asked me, where your Jordans at? Why am I so...
Says when... Here's the funny thing about this. So, I'm just confused about this. So... Like, this is the part that I don't understand. So let's say these white women aren't find you attractive. You do know you can reject them and say I prefer my own people, right? But because remember, in their eyes, they say that white women are lusting over me because of my features. Oh yes, my features. That's what's going on. They lust after me because I'm desirable.
What did I just say? The total U.S. black population, single race, non-Hispanic black people, multiracial, non-Hispanic black people, and black Hispanic people. So this is what they're talking about. And I'm going to go ahead and remove myself so you guys can see the bottom. So they actually broke it down. So if you look here, it's 47.9 million black people in the U.S. So nativity, like I stated, U.S. born, 42.8. That sounds very familiar, but from the numbers that we usually report. I usually tell you guys that there's about 20 million black men in the States, and there's almost 22 million black women. I believe it was at 21.7 million. Now that number has increased to 42.8 million. Now you have the foreign born. When you see the multiracial identities, that encompasses U.S. born and foreign born. So you can see black multiracial, 3+ racial groups, and they give you that 1.44 million. Black biracial, 5.8. Black and white, 3.8. Black and Asian, 314,000. Black and some other race, 1.2 million. So I'm pretty sure you guys are asking, why am I bringing this up? Because of the fact that Amanda Seales, she believes that it's black men having all of these babies by non-black women. But we're going to cook. I'm going to give y'all a little history lesson real quick. So we're going to take a look at the history of the fertility reports from the CDC once again. And just for clarification, for convenience in writing, the term Black or non-Hispanic will be used instead of the full phrase non-Hispanic, Black, or African American single race. So they're basically telling you it encompasses Black people. So this is the study that you guys have probably seen before on my platform. If you guys didn't know, the CDC has been tracking these fertility reports since 1973.
Okay.
And they did that on the same year that the Roe versus Wade baby deletion ruling was passed. Now, what we're going to look at is a period of time between 2006 to 2019. That is a huge chunk from the 2000 population to the 2022 numbers that were just released and what Amanda Seales was talking about, right? So between the period of 2006 to 2010, Hispanic women are more likely to have a biological child, 65%, than non-white Hispanic women at 52%. But there were no differences between Hispanic and non-Hispanic Black women at 62%. So between the years 2006 to 2010, Black women had mothered 62% of the children.
Okay.
Meanwhile, a higher percentage of Hispanic men had a biological child at 54%, compared with both white, 41%, and Black men at 49%. Let's go to 2011 to 2015. So if Black women had birthed 57.1% of the children between the years 2011 to 2015, and Black men have only fathered 46.6% of children between the year 2011 and 2015. What's number is bigger? Who's responsible for that overage of non-Black, quote unquote, non-Black, multi-race kids? Black women. Now, let's go to 2015 to 2019. A higher percentage of Hispanic women.
Oh, God.
Quote unquote, non-Black, responsible for fathered.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Women, Hispanic, native born, okay, men, okay, non-Black women, single, 57%. Non-Black men, 46%. Okay, so according to him, he is saying that the reason why there's an increase in the Black population is because of Black women dating outside their race, having sex with other women, men. So who's giving them the kids? Who's giving them the kids? It's like
46.6% of children between the year 2011 and 2015. What's number is bigger? Who's responsible for that overage of non-Black, quote unquote, non-Black, multi-race kids? Black women. Now, let's go to 2015 to 2019. A higher percentage of Hispanic women, regardless of nativity status, 62.4%, and non-Hispanic Black women at 61%, had ever had a biological child. Black women have had 61% of the kids between 2015 2019, followed by non-Hispanic white, 54.6%, and non-Hispanic Asian at 47.9%. The percentage of men, regardless of nativity status, who have ever fathered a child, 50.1% was higher for non-Hispanic white, 43.9%, and non-Hispanic Asian, 35%, and was similar to the percentage for non-Hispanic Black men at 46%. So again, let's do some simple math. 61% versus 46%. What number is the highest? 61%. So once again, between a 13-year period for every category, 2006 to 2010, 2011 to 2015, 2015 to 2019, Black women have had far more children than Black men.
Oh, God.
approximate numbers of Black or African American fertility between the years 2006 to 2019. As you're looking at the screen, you'll see.
You do realize that if you compare men to women, right? Well, he doesn't realize that all those women you do realize that women, the numbers are higher compared to men because the women give birth, the men don't. This is stupid.
See the statistical numbers that calculate the population by millions between the years 2006 to 2019, which are the fertility years that I'm going to be reporting on. After calculating the averages for all 13 years, the total number of Black or African American people comes out to 41.39 million. The fertility of Black men and Black women aged 15 to 44 in the United States, as reported by the National Survey of Family Growth between the years 2006 to 2010, Black men had fathered 49% of the children, and Black women had mothered 62% of the children. Between the years 2011 and 2015, Black men had fathered 46.6% of the children, and Black women had mothered 57.1% of the children. And lastly, between the years 2015 and 2019, Black men had fathered 46% of the children, and Black women had mothered 61% of the children. Black women mothered an average of 60% of Black children between the years 2006 to 2019, as opposed to Black men who had fathered an average of 47.2% of Black children between the years 2006 to 2019.
The CDC's National Survey of Family Growth is not counting births. It is not counting how many children were born. Instead, it measures the percentage of people who have ever become a parent at least once. Across the 3 CDC survey periods from 2000, women entered parenthood at a rate roughly 12.8 percentage points higher than Black men throughout the entire period. Using the average Black population during those years, that 12.8 point difference translates to approximately 5.3 million more Black women than Black men being represented in the ever became a parent category. Now, that does not mean Black women gave birth to 5.3 million more children than Black men fathered. The survey cannot tell us that because it does not count total births. A woman with 1 child and a woman with 5 children are both counted exactly once. The same applies to men. What the data does tell us is that throughout every CDC survey period examined between 2000.
I put these numbers out, they'll say, well, how did Black women have more children than Black men? Do y'all think it's more races of men out there than just Black men? So when you see an overage or an increase in the percentage of the population for years, and this is throughout time, it's damn near, I think it's between like 40 to 45% of men have ever fathered children. So what makes the Black community think it's different for Black men? It's not. So that's why I decided to point this out and put Amanda Seales on blast, because she has her own little show and she's still on that BS about blaming Jermaine.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
So no, Black men are not responsible for the influx of interracial children. And again, there's nothing wrong with Black women having children with other men. But you want me to put things into perspective for you, Amanda Seales? Only 4% of married Black women are married to white men. Only 7% of married Black women are married to non-Black men. So non-Black men, white men as well, have been knocking Black women up out of wedlock and not marrying them. So that puts a dent in the whole narrative that Black men are responsible for all.
This is retarded. This is retarded. This is the logic. It's your fault, Black bitches. You're making these babies, these mixed babies. This is your fault. It's not our fault. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is a complete bullshit. Everyone knows that you're making all these mixed race children. You just don't like being Black. Go look at the NBA. It's literally a bunch of Black dads making mixed babies, and now they're all grown up. Now they're all replacing you and your image. So I gotta laugh at this. Only 30% of Black men are married at all. Like, bro. Because let's see for real, the reality of it that everyone knows this. Everyone knows when it comes to picking husbands, women don't really pick Black American males as their husbands, because look what's happening to them. Following white supremacy and all that stuff. That's kind of weird too.
Specifically for foundational Black Americans, we don't want nothing to do with you, and we don't want you talking about you representing us. No, we represent ourselves, and thanks to the internet, more and more of us are speaking out. More of us are speaking out and forming our own platforms, and we're letting many of these folks who want to push the so-called solidarity movements and the coalitions. No, you ain't gonna be the ones who speak for us. No, we'll speak for ourselves on the issues that relate to foundational.
It's kind of weird how like they're just because a Black guy said Black and brown unity. There's so many videos about this conversation. They're getting booed. They make fun of us. They Black and brown. And like FBA calls out the agenda, pushes a Black and brown coalition, president. It's so many of this stuff. It's kind of funny and comical because I gotta do a whole stream about this. It's so many of these videos. I made a real progress. Boo for Black and brown. Got shut down. You got, it's so crazy seeing all these videos.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
It's so crazy to see this because it's just insane with these people.
That's solidarity because our cause are.
And he got booed. And he got booed because he started talking about Black Brown coalition. And Black people don't want to hear that. We have problems. We are at the bottom. We are a permanent underclass right now in the United States of America. And that is a hard pill for a lot of people to accept, but it's true. So we need to focus on us. And historically, there has never been a Black-Brown coalition. History has said it. But I want to. Oh, yes, there has. I want to play this clip here.
The numbers, what we can't have is that solidarity because our cause are our cause. So we all know that we want to be able to eat. We should all be able to eat, to flourish, to be able to be happy in this city. And so whatever that looks like to do is what needs to be communicated to the powers that be.
Solidarity with whom? Could you describe who needs to be in solidarity with? I'm confused.
For me, that's Black and brown people throughout the city. Well, I'm not sure what issue really is. If it's a numbers game, it's the same problem.
All right, folks. Look, everyone. Look. JC Miller, where are you? Look at that. Look at the screen here. Oh my God. In this pro-Black rally. Look at that. White man. Right there. White man. Wow. Look at that white man. Oh, white man's here in this pro-Black rally. Oh, I just want to talk to you. Oh, why is a white American male in this whole thing? Boo the Black and brown unity, y'all. Boo that crap. But the white American male's right there. He's right there. Right there. There he is.
Hey, the numbers, what we can't have is that solidarity because our cause are our cause.
Some Hispanics wanted more Hispanic, ignorant, naive, and the product of folks who never had to put it on the line. The reason I'd say that is we had one. We set up a coalition to get something done. We wanted more Black students in UCLA, and some Hispanics wanted more Hispanic students in UCLA. The Asians did too. So did the Native Americans, and we formed what we called a Third World Coalition. We got a whole brand new building set aside to us, now the biggest building on campus, which is Ralph Bunche Hall, named after a black man, is a direct result of that 58 years later. We got a whole bunch of students in, not by this kind of affirmative action thing that they're doing, but simply saying these standards should apply to everybody, white, black, brown, red, yellow. Of course, it applied to the minorities more so than mainstream, but they were race neutral. And we got in a lot of students, and over the intervening almost 60 years, those students have done a lot for Los Angeles, California, and the United States of America, and done a lot for future generations. So it worked.
What students are you talking about?
That we got in. We've had a lot of people who've done a lot of things. And
what does that have to do with a black-brown coalition?
Because the coalition worked. In other words, we put it together. We called it a Third World
Coalition. What you're talking about, and when you were in school, when y'all were organizing, getting people in school, the coalition worked for the Hispanics who needed black.
It worked for black folk too.
Let me finish. Who needed black support to get their people into the schools and enroll. See, coalition always benefits brown people, and they say brown, meaning the Hispanics or the Mexicans, and it's always one-sided. It's never reciprocated. Nobody believes in reciprocity. We don't even believe in it, because if we believed in it, we would be demanding that they do something for us, or we just, or just don't be bothering nobody else. So the thing is so that's your experience. This is my experience.
Well, yeah, but see, what I'd answer for that is the current crop is just too
finish what I was saying. I wasn't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
You said your example, and I'm going to say mine. And I'm going to explain why we do not have a black-brown coalition, and we never did. Now, you may have Hispanics that live amongst black people, i.e., when you look at New York City, whether it's Harlem, but then they break off into their own groups. You have Washington Heights. You even have Spanish Harlem. They break off into their own groups. We live in proximity, but it's still separate. When you look at Newark, New Jersey, which is in the news right now, the North Ward, which used to be heavily populated by the Italians, is now populated by Hispanics. And it's been like that for some decades, since started really in the 70s and just progressed. Newark itself, which is majority black, but it's heavy segregated. Even the Brazilian and the Portuguese, they live amongst themselves in the Ironbound section, and they have a very strong economic ecosystem. The Hispanics on the north side, they have their own thing, and then black people are on the central and south and west side, or what have you. Now, when I was part of People Organization for Progress or whatever, Hispanic organizations will come to our meetings wanting our help, our support, our solidarity for their cause. And like always, our organization said yes. But when it was time for us, when we had our little marches and protests or whatever, when I was a part of it, they weren't there showing up for us. So no, we do not have a black-brown coalition. We think we do because we're the ones always lending out the help to others, particularly them, and it's never reciprocated back to us. People benefit from us. They benefited from the Civil Rights Act, from the Naturalization Act that came after that, and so forth. We don't benefit from them. And you cannot show me anywhere in history, in the United States history, where we benefited from brown. It doesn't.
Okay.
And so I want to show this here.
May I make this remark? Do you have to live with each other in order to benefit each other? I don't recall the Russians living with the United States from Stalin.
I gave several examples outside of living. Even when we don't live.
Yeah, I know, but I gave you some too. Well, I didn't give you some, but I told you.
They have not supported Black Americans. We supported them. Let the Negro fight his own battles, his problems. Mine. I don't want to ally. I don't want to ally with him. And this is by Felix Tejada, Mexican-American president of the LULAC from 1956 to 1960.
Okay, go ahead.
First thing about Tasty Trade is...
Hi, guys. Let me share something with you real quick. Here's the thing. Medicare is predatory, not the coverage itself, but the way that it's sold. Too many brokers pushing plans that serve them, not you. Too many mailers designed to confuse you. And for a lot of us, that's not surprising. We're used to systems that works for you.
Who was going to play good cop, who was going to play bad cop, so to speak. We would revert. Well, when you made the presentations, you're arguing with a politician or LA County Board or the school administration. So one of us would play the good guy, get all crazy, and one of us would play, when I say one of us, I mean one side.
And what was the end result?
We'd usually get everything. We got everything we wanted because we stuck together. We wanted more students in there because it was necessary for the prosperity of our communities. We wanted a fallout. We were trying to do something about the animus that was going on stupidly, where out in the hoods and the barrios, people were killing each other. Even back then, we didn't want that. So we were doing stuff that was trying to stop that, and it did. We had mutual tours to various places, food exchanges. We had strategy meetings.
When it came to economic empowerment, they break off to their own.
They had more money than we did.
Themselves.
They had more money.
Listen. They did back then.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Maybe in your little portion of this nation, vast majority throughout this nation. It has never been a Black-brown coalition. It's always been a smoking screen, smoking mirrors. It's a facade. It is a slogan that people say because, you know, if people are honest about their lineage and not be so much embarrassed, we all know that if you're Hispanic, you still have African DNA. Your people were enslaved in Puerto Rico, throughout the Caribbean, but they come here and they want, even the Mexicans, but they come here and they want to deny that. And if they could put white, if our government allow Hispanics to check off white, they would do so, just like some Mexicans do. So I say that to say, when you have a, you know, what do they call that? Your consciousness dysfunction, cognitive
dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance. A lot of Hispanics have that, even a lot of Black people, because we are so delusional in believing there's a correlation. You're talking about a correlation from 60 years ago that does not exist today, and it have not existed for decades. So,
okay, let me explain the reality. In 5 to 7 to maybe 9 years, there will be no majority race in the United States, and the largest minority is going to be Hispanic. If we don't get folk used to the idea before that transition occurs, what do you think is going to happen if the largest minority in the country, which will be the largest ethnic group in the country, decides it is hostile to us? See, all of that guilt.
Here's the thing. You never have to be the largest group to hold power.
Well, we hold none.
Exactly. So
and that's the problem. They do.
The problem. And so we need to focus.
But that's your fault, though. That's your fault. You keep saying that they make more money, but what you want them to do, they're trying to come in to make money. There is no Black and brown unity. They come here to check off as whites. I'm like, really, dude? Like, I'm Hispanic. I don't check my box as white, nor I'm not Black. They got African ancestry from the Dominican Republic. Okay, let's say we all check ourselves as black. Well, how's it going to benefit Black Americans? It doesn't. You guys are still Black Americans. You need to fix your own communities up. You can't just because a bunch of Dominicans or Cubans or Colombians or Mexicans, like, oh, but Mexicans have African ancestry. How many Mexicans have African ancestry? It's extremely small. But Black Americans have this weird idea that everywhere in Latin America has some Black in them, and that we gotta claim Black, and that's gonna help them. And we're gonna listen to Black Americans. But why should we listen to Black Americans when your community is completely a failure? You keep saying that they make more money than us. Of course we make more money than you because we're willing to work. You guys don't want to work. You can't, you're worried. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a reason why, I don't believe this whole thing about white women getting with white dudes like that, because I'll tell you why. The vast majority of white chicks think black girls think like this. They have this pro hotep shit, and they're like, I'm black and he black and all weird crap. But the reality of it is simply is this. At the same time, you're being loyal to a community of that's falling apart. There's no, I'm sorry to say this, but the stuff that you're complaining about, they're making more money than us. Okay, then, but focus on making money for yourselves. We cannot, so what? Asians have a higher income than compared to Hispanics. I can't change that. That's on them. Same with Hispanics. If they're making more money than Hispanics, then that's something that they're doing that we're not doing well. Oh, so we gotta try harder, right? But they don't understand that conversation. They have this idea that every ethnic group has to come in and help them, including white Americans. But they don't understand that these other groups don't care about you because, well, guess what? They gotta care about their own countries back home. They're not, I'm sorry to say this, they're not your babysitters. This fantasy that you guys have in your brains that we came here, took your resources, took your money, and now it's all to us and all that stuff, and we pushed you out because we follow white supremacy and all that stuff. But at the same time, then my response is this. Well, then, if there's white supremacy and these evil white people are in charge, why did you sign a civil rights bill then? Why do Black Americans constantly be in white spaces? I mean, for example, J.C. Miller, where you live, like you said, you see Black Americans going to white spaces all the fucking time. Why are they there? Because they know for a fact that their own community doesn't have one. It's falling apart. This is why they're all fixated about other people's resources and where's our resources and reparations, and they have this idea that we stole from them. No one stole from Black Americans. I'm sorry, and definitely not me. I mean, that stole from Black Americans. No, you guys do not want to work. You guys are dysfunctional. There's no community. This is why Black men are dating out. They always want to go. They always want to run away to the women they had sex with, and they want to be taken care of. This is why Black girls want to date out. They want to get the fuck out of the Black community. They call it Blackistan for a purpose. And the funny thing about this is very comical too. Is that Black American women, they are so fixated on this racial category crap. If they just pick African, you do realize that just because Dominican men claim they're Black, it does not mean they're gonna have sex with you. You do realize that, right? If you got Colombians saying that they're Black or Mexicans saying they're Black, you do realize it does not mean they're gonna start dating Black American women. They're not gonna do that. You know how I know? Because there's already black Latinos in this country already, and the men do not date you ladies, barely any of them. They want nothing to do with you. And the reason why is because, I'm sorry to say this, but this is true, your community is dysfunctional. There's no family structure. There's nothing there. And this goes back to, I told you, oh, these Beckys want a black man. But the thing about all those interviews, notice something. In all those interviews, right? They're they're staying at these nightclubs. Do you want to know what kind of nightclubs that they're interviewing in front of? White-owned ones. They're going to the white areas of their cities, interviewing white drunk girls about if you want to beg a black dude. And my response is this: if they think you're so desirable, how come not one of these white girls want to go to a black club in a black area? You want to know why? Because it's dangerous. Because they feel unsafe. They're scared because they know your reputation is committing crime, shootings, and on top of that, a bunch of black girls will jump on the chick. And then on top of that, they're afraid that also they might, and this is true. This is why a lot of this is how I know this. A lot of black men, if they're trying to get Becky's, they're going to white establishments and they're trying to see Becky over there. And the reason why that I know this, because I've seen it. Okay? You're not gonna, and Jason Miller, tell me I'm not lying, you're not gonna see a white girl from the United States going to a predominantly black area, going to a black nightclub or a lounge to talk to black men, and then you're not seeing that. I'm sorry, you're not. There, no. Anytime when I hear black Americans talk like this, I do look at them sideways, because this whole blaming white people crap does not make any sense to me. You blame white people for everything, but you sleep with them. Does that make any sense? How you sit there, you don't like these people, you want to sleep with these people? Does that make any sense? No. This is why for me, I don't believe you guys. You're not going to fight white supremacy. You're not going to do that crap. Oh, but they love white. No, you're okay, but you're not doing anything because you're sleeping with these people. And you gotta stop saying that's not true. That is true. Where all you feel is these bars came out of? Out of the sky? No, it came from you guys. And they turn around. They want to talk about Hispaniola constantly. Like it's like no other thing. It's like, oh my God, the guy who found LULAC, which, by the way, no one care. Listen, Mexicans, Hispanic do not care about LULAC. No one cares about LULAC. No one cares. But black Americans who are up and down, that these people represent us. Dude, no one cares about these organizations. No one cares about La Raza and all that stupid shit. No one cares. These are all just crappy U.S. organizations that's supposedly supposed to represent, when in reality, like, no one cares about these people. Has anyone gone to a LULAC convention? Has anyone gone to a La Raza and their conferences? No one has, because no one cares. And you got black Americans have this weird idea that they were supposed to represent us. Like, that's not true. They swear up and down that they know, like, we know these people, and okay then. So my response to them is all the time is this: okay, then so why are black American males having sex with white American women then? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why you guys are trying to get in bed with white chicks then. What do you do if they're white supremacists? Why are you going to bed with them? It's like, you guys just sit there and want to pretend that I don't know certain things, but the reality of it, we're all seeing this stuff. And you keep saying about Hispanic, but the thing about Hispanic guys is this: Hispanic men go to their own places. And the funny thing about Black Americans, they do go to Hispanic clubs and lounges. I've seen them there all the time. And they do the same thing. They try to talk to people and everything. It's just stupid. And it's like, you guys just really don't like yourselves. It's ridiculous. It's like, it's just other things. It's, oh my God. Like, you guys really are pressed on these people. Like, there's so many videos like this shit. They all complain, like, oh my God, white supremacy.
My parents didn't finish college,
You hate black people. Kim, you hate blackness. I'm like, no, we don't. You guys hate yourselves.
FBA news today in current events. It's your boy T Model ZX. Today ain't gonna be a long rant. Today I just want to take a moment to congratulate the family, my FBA family. We making real progress.
You know what's so sad about this stuff is that you look at that crowd, it looks so fucking depressing. There was barely anyone there. Everyone's overweight and fatly obese. You got women standing around just there. You got a white guy over there. It's embarrassing.
Progress out here. We out here delineating heavy, and people are starting to feel it. Organizations like the NAACP are catching the smoke because we refusing to be lumped in with everybody else. We not accepting this watered down black and brown mess no more. We standing firm on foundational Black American, and it's working. Let me give y'all a perfect example of the progress we making. Brother Phil Scott was on a panel with a member of
Yeah, brother, Phil Scott, the same guy that does not married to a black, not married to
The conflict we can't have is that solidarity, because our cause.
Finesse. As a Black American, I kind of believe the Rainbow Coalition, that we're really together in this thing. And where I grew up, Ricardo, I always felt that brotherhood. So then to learn about all this, that's why it blew my mind. I feel sad. Well, ACB, cut it with the Democratic talking points, because you just heard it from the horse's mouth. And he's not telling me anything that I didn't already know. Hell, we can take it back to 1952, when then President of LULAC, John Herrera, told the world, Latin Americans are for white. Or we can fast forward a little bit to 1957, when Felix Tardino, who was also the president of LULAC, said, let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I do not want to ally with him. So let's cut it with the fake black and brown coalition talk, because that's how it was then, and that's how it is now.
I'm in Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your and look like this. That would be like me going back and talking about, hey, fool, you bust for my homie. You tell me, hey, but then
no, that wouldn't even be like that.
It's no, but
that's not even close. Why? It'd be like, hey, fool, your great grandfather busted on my great grandmother.
But that's what I'm getting at with that. Our stuff with our war wasn't that long ago. So if they can bring something up from 200 years ago, shit, this should be worse. In other words, this should have. There should be no peace and gangs. Run it. I'll take my two then.
What you just watched on that podcast or saw from Ashley Gonzalez aren't one-offs. This isn't singular people doing singular acts. This is part of who they are. This is baked into their culture.
Oh, God.
Like an older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say para mejorar la raza.
Yeah,
that's what they be saying.
It's better than race.
Yeah.
Fucked up, bro. They're fucked up, bro. So when my grandma moved to the city and my grandpa moved to the city and they met, my grandma automatically just seemed better because she was with this guy from Michoacan that was light skinned and white with green eyes. And she looked like Felipe, dark, short. And that she thought she was better, fool. And fool. I swear to God, my grandma just passed, but she loved my nephew more than she loved my niece.
That was Exhibit A. Check out Exhibit B.
¿Cuál es el muñeco moreno? Este. ¿Y cuál es el muñeco blanco? Este. ¿Cuál muñeco es bonito? ¿Cuál muñeco es feo? ¿Cuál muñeco es malo?
Ninguno.
¿Cuál muñeco es malo?
Este.
¿Y por qué?
Porque, bueno, este es moreno y este es blanco.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo? ¿Por qué?
Porque a mí no me gusta el color café.
¿Cuál muñeco te gusta más?
Este.
¿Cuál muñeco es bueno?
Este.
¿Y por qué?
Porque no me dan miedo los güeros porque tengo más confianza con los civiles, un poco así como este. Tengo mucha confianza.
¿Cuál muñeco es malo? ¿Por qué?
Oh my God.
No sé.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo?
Este. No sé, es que me parece que está un poquito, ¿cómo te diría? Más moreno y no se ve tan bien. Y no tiene mucho aspecto.
¿Por qué el muñeco blanco es bueno?
Porque sus ojos son azules y todo su cuerpo es blanco.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo? ¿Por qué?
Porque está negro.
¿Por qué ese muñeco es malo?
Porque está café.
¿Y por qué este café es malo?
Porque creo.
¿Cuál muñeco te gusta más?
Blanco. Porque sus ojos están bonitos y sus espaldas y de mi espalda y de mi carita y mis deditos los tengo morenitos.
¿Cuál muñeco se parece más a ti?
Este.
¿En qué?
Las orejas. Sí.
See, this brother from the NAACP might have good intentions, but he just doesn't know any better because the jig is up. Foundational Black Americans want advocation that's specifically for us. Because when it's time for any other ethnic group to advocate for them, we damn sure don't pop up on the agenda.
Well, wait a minute. Hold up. I noticed this about the doll test, right? How come not one of the dolls look like the kids? Why is it gotta be black and white when the fact is these kids are not even black or white? Now, put a doll that's like their complexion. What do you think they're gonna say? But see, that's the thing about the mindset of the Negro, this Black American Negro, because he has this belief that we're trained to hate dark-skinned black people. That's what the Negro believes. Not because the fact is he has a bad behavior, not the fact that he's going around shooting up and beating up people in Chipotle and causing massive waves of, I don't know, dare I say this, going to Cinco de Mayo events, shooting up each other up, and then causing the restaurant to shut down because Black Americans can't control their liquor. But then they'll turn around and they blame it on Mexicans. Then there was the older racist people. Even though we tell you numerous times that we cannot serve you no more food, then you get a dark-skinned black going around the counter, feeding themselves, and then throwing a tantrum, and then want to fight other men. And if one of the guys defended himself, then he proceeded to say the following, that you hate black people. The lady was saying this. Then you got Black American women going into restaurants and stores screaming at, going to pizza restaurants in North Carolina saying that Mexicans can get the fuck out of here and you're all part of the cartel. And there's a cartel running this pizza operation here and blah, blah, blah. This is what we're seeing in my own eye. And this is my own personal experience of black. And by the way, when I was 6 years old, I got jumped by a bunch of Black American males. And one had a crowbar, and one wanted to hit me in the back on one of my trouble. And you know how I know this? Go talk to anyone who goes on don't, you know what? Better yet, go ask anyone that lives next to your communities. Fights break out. Y'all do the most craziest stuffs ever. Now, they're gonna say, but you guys have fights too. Exactly. We do have fights, but we have fights within our own people. We have fights amongst ourselves. You're going to other groups, communities, and causing problems. You guys go to Asian establishments and fight with the people over bills. You're the ones going to Arab stores and trying to cause problems to people. You guys go to halal cars in New York City and steal and really literally grab their car and throw it around the street. I'm like, this is what you're doing. And no one can say something otherwise. So when these people come to my freaking face and says, no, I don't want to be around your kind, they get pissed off. They think, oh, because you've been told. No, no one told me. Not my brain told me. My eyes told me to stay away from you guys. That's why. Oh, yeah. By the way, you know my eyes also tell me too? Other Black Americans don't want to be around you guys either. Because guess what? What people don't realize is during that whole thing that happened in Maryland and with the restaurant got shut down, did you know there were actual Black Americans say, when I knew it was bad when I saw these YN showing up. I saw all these Black Americans in one place. I got the F out of there. They said that. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh, it's a self-hatred. Get the hell out of here, that crap. Give me that freaking break about this nonsense you guys talk about, racism and colors and all that crap. When you guys they don't want to talk about why no one wants to deal with you guys. Newsflash, it's not your skin color. It's not your hair. It's your freaking mouth. I see in my own eyes. Listen, man, there was a McDonald's that was nearby where I live, and I remember on weekends this spot would be so crowded with a bunch of Black kids, and it was to the point they needed security. And then one day, while I was taking downtown, I saw this McDonald's. There were at least 20 cops there. Like 20 cops. And there was the security guy, was a Black dude, and he was on the floor because Saul grabbed his mace and got into a fight with there's a black kid, got a fight with a cop. Another friend grabbed him and hit him in the head and took his mace and maced his eyes. Now, are you going to tell me about, but these Hispanic people are racist people? Bro, look in the mirror, dude. You know why you're going to use. Listen, you know why Black America are going to white establishments. Oh, by the way, this is actually very, very true. Do you know there are places in these cities where it's white owned, but almost all the pictures are black people? Did you know that they get into so much misbehavior that the white girls don't want to be in those establishments? Not because they're racist, no. It was because of the fact they were getting harassed by black chicks and they got into fights with them. And trust me, go talk to any white woman that got into a fight with a black girl. They'll get these nails, go on their skin, scratch their faces. That's what they're cut up. They'll go grabbing their hair, like hitting them, and all this weird stuff they're doing towards them. And they're trying to scratch their face because there's just, and this is what's happening. It's to the point now that white women do not want to be in places where there's majority black women at. Now, someone's going to say, well, that's racism. No. It's not racism. It's safety, because white women know that black women hate them. They hate them. And the only ones the only white girls that will befriend befriend black women are the cuckold ones. The ones that are, oh yes, sorry that my whiteness is just making you guys horrible. And guess what? They still get their ass whooped by black chicks. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And then, of course, black dudes are screwing with these white chicks. But I figure, how are you going to be safe with? How are you safe with a black man when their own black men are beating up white chicks? Do you know how many times white girls get beaten up by black women when they're dating black dudes? Where are the black guys standing up against this? Where are the black American? Hey, yo, leave up my girl. Like, see, and this is the thing about these guys. They're lying to people. Big time. You know this. It's racism. No, it's not racism. We can see this. Why won't you just admit the truth that you guys have bad behaviors? That you guys got mental problems in the head? It's gone so bad that even Africans don't want to deal with you people. It's ridiculous. This is why I keep telling people. And something was crazy about this? The only reason why they got issue with Hispanic now is because no. The reason why they got issue with us because we don't kiss their asses. That's why. Because people like me talk like this in real life. I tell them all the time, I'm like, listen, if you don't like us, you can always leave. If you don't want to deal with us, you can always leave us alone and support. I tell all the time, create your own businesses. Go start your restaurants. Go start your own construction sites. Go build this. No one's stopping you. Create your own Home Depots. Black construction. Go stop complaining and create your own businesses. Why? And by the way, if you feel like these people are threatening you, then take your money. Don't buy their stuff. Go somewhere else. Because it's seen now how you're talking. And one time I told this to a black American lady this, she got angry. She got angry when I said that. She says, well, I don't care. Well, why can't I go to a Mexican restaurant? I said, because you just said that Mexicans are racist. So why would you go to a Mexican restaurant then? I'm literally helping you people. If you don't, listen, how about this? Why not go to a black-owned Mexican restaurant? Go cook yourself Mexican food and call it a day. Call it black taco. I don't care what it's called. Black Mexican food. I don't even care. Just go over there and eat it. Why do you, if these people are so racist people, stay away from them? Don't go to Mexico. Don't go to Colombia. Don't go to if Dominican are so racist people, don't go to the Dominican Republic then. Why are you still going over there? Oh, they're anti-black. Yeah, they're anti-black, but you still want to go there and chase after the women. We all see you, Sasua, right? We all see you in the Capitol. We all see you over there in the Dominican Republic, chase after liar skin mixtures all the time. Meanwhile, a bunch of Haitian girls, which none of you want to talk to, and then you want to turn around and tell us that Dominican are anti-black. Give me a freaking break. I don't know why this guy even talking about the fucking doll, because he's a bunch of kids. Because in real life, when it comes to a black woman and white woman, you pick the white chicks. This is ridiculous. You guys just sit there and just complain and whine and bitch about something that you guys want. This is something that you guys could control. If you think that we're racist people, take your money, go somewhere else. You don't have to be. No one's telling you to go to these places. Listen, I'm getting tired of black Americans going up on social media and bitch and whine about racism colors from Hispanic people. Listen, bro, we're not going to change. I'm sorry. I don't care. You can sit there and bring your little Americanized, liberal ass Hispanic people or these conservative, fake conservative Hispanic Americans and use it as your talking points. But I'm telling us right now, they don't care. These people want to be left alone. That's it. Leave these people alone. You're obsessed with these people. Listen, you know what's crazy about this stuff? They're talking about a guy from the NAACP that said this about black and brown unity. There was no Hispanic people involved in all this stuff, but yet they got the nerve to bring about Hispanic people. Like, why do you care? We done nothing at all. There's nothing. What was like you're the ones who are pressed over these people. Okay, we get it. There's no black and brown unity. I get it. We all get it. They don't exist. Okay. They're the big boogeyman. Okay, then. So what's the solution? There is none. There is no solution. It's just them bitching, whining, and complaining because deep down inside, they want us to accept them. We cannot accept you. We're not black Americans. We have entire different cultures. Black people from different countries cannot accept you because you're black. Oh, we're delineating because we're found. No, you're not delineating. It's because of the fact that no one wants to accept you. That's when you start delineating. Because you realize the truth that the matter is that people are into their culture, and you just realize, well, we're foundational black Americans, and then, yeah, whatever crap you want to call yourselves. I call you guys the Negro. That's why I called you. And the thing is that the reality of it simply is this: black Americans are not proud of their culture. They're not proud of their features. They don't like their food. They don't like their music, because if they did, they'll stick to that shit. And that's it. Just go to your spots, go to your section, and that's it. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. Instead, what they want to do is go around and tell people who's black, who's not black, and that you're hating. And by the way, I've literally seen videos of them saying they're not even African. Oh, we don't look like black Americans. We don't look like Africans. Y'all people are weird and ugly, and we're black Americans. I'm like, look, with that wide nose, your ass came from Africa. Seriously. With that big wide nose, y'all came from Africa. And you can't say big wide nose, according to that, that's racist what you see right there. Big wide noses, but at the same time, they want to criticize other people's looks and features as well. That's why I keep telling people all the freaking time, man. All the time with these losers. All the time with this crap. They don't like being black. They don't. Look at how they talk about Africa. We were nothing like you. And then we're black America. What? We're going to say you look like a bunch of Dominicans? We're going to say you look like a bunch of Colombians, a bunch of Brazilians? What you really want to look like is those people, right? Because they're attractive looking, right? While you guys are ugly as hell. Gonna sit there and try to convince us that, oh yeah, black women are dating out. Okay, they are, but guess what? It's not coming from us. Listen, this is why I keep telling people they have this weird idea that we hate them. No, we don't hate you. You hate yourselves. You don't like your culture. You have a culture. You just don't like the culture. You have your language. You don't like your language. You have a country. You don't like your country. That's all. You have a mother. You don't like your mother. You have a dad. You don't like your dad. That's not my problem. You got a wide nose. You don't like your wide nose. And they want to sit there, turn around and say that people like me are the racist bigots. Like, how are we racist bigots? Like, and this goes to show you the level of anti-blackness going on with those black American male. So we don't even need the doll test. Just type in snow bunnies. It's nothing but black dudes bragging about getting Becky's. And guess what? You got guys like him going around saying that's so wonderful that you're banging Becky. You know how I know? Not one of these black American poteps talk about Michael Jackson, what he's been doing. Michael Jackson has no black children. Michael Jackson's brothers, not one dated a black woman. And all his children are all mixed. And they're mixed nephews and nieces, especially the nephews, not one of them is dating a black chick. But remember, they're a beautiful black family. What does that say about black Americans? When you're one of your greatest talents, the Jacksons, they're also dating out. So the doll test to me is real. So because you don't even need, I don't even need a doll test. All you gotta show is a white chick and show a black girl, and you gotta ask a black dude who you want to fuck, who you want to have babies with. They're gonna pick a white chick. You ask them why. I want to line my race up. And you know how I know this stuff? Because when these guys sit there and tell the truth, yeah, that's true. You don't need no goddamn doll test. Show them a snow bunny. They should do an adult version of the doll test. Show them a bunch of snow bunnies. We'll see what they're gonna do. Because you are having sex with these women, aren't you? Right? You are doing that. Why do you think they're calling their women mud sharks? Because you're sleeping with them. Oh, but that's racist with the white guy. It says, no, what's racist to me is why you're sleeping with women that are racist. Because half of these chicks are saying the N-word in the bedroom. There's literally a transgender actually say the N-word. I gotta go look it up. Hold on. Transgender N-word. Where's that video at? Transgender, call up for not. Ridiculous. It's like like it's ridiculous to say this stuff. They want to sit there and tell me this stuff is like a delusional thing going on here. Come on. I'm trying to find the one here. Hold on a second. I think I got it. I'm trying to find the one. Where is that? Where this white trans woman was the one going around, linking up to this guy, and the guy was trying to drop an N-word. Can you say the N-word for me, please? Oh, he's jerking off to him, to the tranny. And then you're not gonna sit there and tell me that something's wrong with the Negro when you know you're being requested by the Lords of Mercy here. Come on now. Kim, I don't know what you're talking about. I am not for these people. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. These guys know. Oh, there it is. Let me go look at this whole thing. Let's see right here. Hold on one second here. The big wide nose community at the top.
What? No. No.
I'm telling you, this is some weird stuff going on here.
No. No.
Let's sit here. I'm gonna go look it up. Hold up. You gotta look at this. Hold on a second, right here. Let me go look at this. Hold on a second here. It's crazy with these people. crazy with these people. It's insanity with them, and people tell me otherwise. I tell people all the time, this is crazy in America. That's not true, Kim. That's not true. Don't tell me those lies. No, I tell you a lot of lies. Because this is keep telling me all the time about this. Like, it's weird, weird all these guys keep talking like this. Like, yeah, like you're just the weirdos. I'm telling you, man. I try to tell you all the time. These people, they're out there. Try to find this video. I can't find it. Yep, that's the big wide nose community over here. Say about this.
Latinos have a stake in this conversation because we're not asking for anything that we didn't work for. And to that point, I want to talk about power a little bit, right? Because I think sometimes when we're worried about our benefits or worried about cuts, we forget about the power of our community. 1 in 5 people in the United States today is Latino. Latinas represent the largest portion of the female workforce in the United States. But we still only make 54 cents on the dollar for what a white male earns. 58 cents if you're talking about a full-time worker. But how many Latinas with all their caregiving responsibilities can work full-time all the time?
You know why they hear the word black? Yeah, they didn't say brown and black coalition. They say, no, this is specifically for Latinos and Hispanics. Yeah, we look at our contributions to America. We deserve a piece of the American pie. And you know what else? Nobody in the audience was like, Latina, Miss Latina, what about the black folks? What about the black Americans? Did they not contribute to this country? They always include us, black and brown coalition. When there's not a brown and black coalition, it's not reciprocated. And it's not this them. No other group include black Americans or black people in general when it comes to advocating specifically for their groups. It's very for their group specifically.
Because she's taking care of the women from her community. She doesn't have time to care. That's your job. See, you see how black Americans want to sit there, want to pretend. Oh yeah, he's confused. Yeah, I know he is confused. Do you know how retarded he is? They're not going to include you because the reality of it is you guys, we're not your babysitters. We don't like it does come off. We have to be your babysitters. We're not your babysitters. I mean, it's ridiculous how these people talk about, like, you racist and white supremacy, that stuff, right? Oh my God, like ridiculous. Oh, look what they said to us.
That lady didn't do nothing wrong in my eyes. She's advocating for exactly who she's supposed to be advocating for. And it's time for us as foundational black Americans.
Yeah, it's about time that is it till 2026 to realize you gotta care for yourself? Are you this stupid? Did your big wide nostril cannot tell you the difference? See, black Americans, they're like slow. Do you just realize this? That, oh my God, that Vietnamese cares about Vietnamese people. That Korean, that Afghan, that Indian man, that Lebanese man, that Beaner, he cares about his people. And you know what's comical about this? About this is that these people will sit there, square up and down, talk about white supremacy, but yet they go to white establishments. They will sit there and you know something? I'm going to say this again about this. What's so crazy about this is that you guys, you seem to don't understand this. Black men are the ones going to white establishments to talk to white women. You're the ones offering penis to them. You're the ones initiating sex with them. You have this weird fantasy that white women are going to your establishments, your communities, and harassing black dudes. That's not what's happening. Okay? Then you want to talk about Hispanic people. But see, here's the thing about this, about us between you and me. First of all, I'm going to say this again many times. You don't have to go to these establishments. You can take your money, go somewhere else. Go support black-owned businesses. Go with you guys. Stick with you. I don't care where it goes. Just do me a favor. We don't need you. We don't need your money. I don't want your money. I don't care about you putting for ICE. I don't care about that. Stay home, go watch your NBA finals, and shut up. Because the reason why I'm saying this stuff is because you guys have this entitlement behavior that I don't know where it came from, but obviously I know where it came from white Americans. But here's the thing about me, okay? Like this idea they want to be white. Okay, they keep saying that white Americans don't like Hispanic people. Buddy, I've been knowing that since I was a kid. Of course they don't like Hispanic guys. Duh. I already knew that. It's not that hard to see. Like, I just don't care. I don't care if I have to prove myself. I don't care. If they think that they're above me, then let them. Because the reality of it is that simply is this. They got their lane, I got my lane. Like white girls. Now, can I say there's white girls that are into Hispanic guys? I don't know, because I don't care. You know why I don't care? Very simple, then why I don't care. I don't care because at the end of the day, white women are most likely going to pick their men. I'm not delusional like you were. They all want the black man. No, the vast majority of them wants their own men. The problem is their own men got a problem with them. Well, again, I can't do nothing about that. I'm not white American. I can't fix these problems. They gotta do what they gotta do. Just like how black women keep saying their men hate them. They want to. I'm sorry it's happening to you. I'm sorry you feel you're at the bottom of the dating pool. But trying to date out of spite is not going to solve anything. You need to go back to your men and tell them to stop dating out, start marrying within their own, create small businesses, keep generational wealth in the community, and stick to your own, and you'll flourish. They're not doing that. In fact, they don't want to do that. I can't change that. Just like, listen, there was a white woman that was insulting Hispanic kids for just doing that. I can't listen. I'm gonna say this again. From my experiences, I have met not racist. I want to say the racist, even black people being racist, right? I met black men that call me spick and all that weird shit. Go pick a fucking fruit. Like, I've met them. They said to my face in real life growing up. This is nothing new. Have I met white dudes give me a bad attitude? Yes, I do. But you know what I do? I can sit there and complain and whine, or I can say, okay, you know what? If you feel that way, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm not doing this crap. I'm going to be in my own space, in my own spot, and I don't even care. Problem solved. Listen. I'm going to say this again about white chicks. Because it is, look, at the end of the day, bro, you got a thing for these women that usually want to date out, right? Right, JC Miller? Here's the thing about it. The majority of white women in this country, they want to be with their men, okay? They want to, they can relate to them, okay? They watch golf, you know, they drink Budweiser, Miller Lights, mixed with some weird cocktail stuff. I don't know, but guess what? That's what they like. Okay, avocado. I make fun of that avocado toast thing, but you know what? If that's what they like, that's them. Okay, so when white girls are dressing up and looking cute, okay, if white girls were not dressing up being cute, you know, and stuff going on, you have to understand this. They're doing that because they want to attract white dudes in this country. They're not trying to attract me, okay? They're not trying to get with me, okay? Nor they not, you know, it's obvious because look where they go to. They go to white-owned lounges, white-owned clubs, white-owned restaurants and bars and cocktail places. Okay, you know how I know this? I've seen my own eyes. There's Mexican restaurants that are owned by white Americans where Becky drinks margaritas and drinks tequila shots and she's talking to Brad. Okay, you know why I say to that? I'm like, that's okay. And you know what? You should follow the same page. Why don't you create a black establishment, serve yourself your own Mexican food and nachos and chips, play your hip hop and rap music, and be with Keisha or, you know, Kanisha, whatever crap Isha you want to talk about. My treat. Go over there and do that. Hey, Kelsey, if it wasn't for money, most women would stick to their own men. No, I don't believe that. No, Hill, you guys think what's going on right now. This is not our country. Okay? This is why I keep trying to tell people all the time. This is the people they put on image is going to be white American guys because this is their country. Black Americans are the same way too. They put their own image and they're in Hollywood because these two guys are in front. The other people that are not from these places, if you're not black or white American, you're not going to be, your image is not going to be shown up because this is not your country. Okay, like this is what I'm trying to tell people all the time. Like, you have to understand this. Everybody saying in the Latino community, yeah, like what was it? Well, let's see for real about the Latinas, right? The Latinas are going after money of any types. Let's see for real. They're not going after white dudes for money. They're going after any guy with money because these guys are dumb and thirsty. You kidding me? You got these guys, you got Asians, you got black, you got Africans, you got Arabs spending money like crazy on these women. You can't listen. I cannot blame these chicks. Take the money. If these guys are stupid and dumb to throw money at your face, just take it. That's the truth. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean they want to be with those guys. That's the thing you don't understand. It doesn't mean that's what I keep telling these guys. Listen, sooner or later, your money's gonna run out, and eventually you're gonna find out down the road that Jorge that's working at Home Depot or Manuel that is a contractor, he's the one he's been getting dick down from while you are living in a mansion somewhere. I've seen my own eyes about this. And I said the same thing with Tyrone too, because eventually they get tired of your ass. And let's be for real about this stuff. People gotta understand this stuff is very true. People need to respect spaces and all that stuff. And even for me, okay, with white Americans, at the end of the day, I'm not white American. Okay. I don't know what it's like to be one. I don't know what it's like to live like one. I don't know. But when I look at white women, for the most part, when they dress up and go out, the vast majority of the time, they're not looking for me. They're looking for their men. The same with black girls. The black American women, when they dress up, they put their weave on, they put their makeup on, they're doing that to attract black American males. So what I don't understand is that why is that black American males like, yeah, that's why I say if it wasn't for money, she would prefer to be with one. Okay, Hank, you're not listening. Hank, you guys understand this again. They're not going after other men. They're going after the money. It's like us. If a white guy gives us money, we're gonna be in the white area and do his job. Once we're done, we're leaving. That's how it goes with these women. These are gold digger women. Their job is to gold dig. You gotta understand something here. Their job is to gold dig as much as they can, and once they're done, they move to the other victim. That's their gold dig. And once they finish all that stuff, they don't marry these guys. They take their money and get with them and what they really want to be with, and that's Juan. They all know this. That's why I keep telling people about this. That's why I don't care about these Hispanic girls going after money. They're not going after the guys. They're going after the money. And by the way, Hank Hill, let's say for real, if you know, that's my whole point. I understand that, but Hank Hill, let's be for real. We as guys do the same thing too. If there's a white dude that told you come to Malibu or come to whatever and fix my house up, I'll give you $1 million. Even you will show up because they're giving you $1 million. That's what they're doing with these women. They're not there because they want to be with a white dude. They're there because of the money. It's the money. And by the way, listen, it's another thing too about Americans. They got to stop throwing away with money. Because the reason why I'm saying this stuff is that it says, because I know what you're trying to say, it wasn't for the money. She would prefer to be with Juan. Hank Hill, she is getting money from those guys and is laughing with Juan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is like, okay, this is what I try to tell people all the time. If someone's throwing money at you, even as a guy, you're going to take it. You're going to take the money. Let's be for real, Hank Hill. You're going to take the money. Malala will take the money. Miller will take the money. We will all take the money if someone's throwing money at us. And this goes to show you, like I said before, all the time, like, yeah. And this is why I keep telling people all the time about this stuff. I keep saying this, and I keep telling people all the time, these women prefer their own, these white chicks prefer their own women, they prefer their own men. I have no problem with this. Black women too. What the problem is this, and I'm going to say this to you also, Higo. You do realize the guys that are for amongst these Latinos, right? You do realize they don't like their own women, right? You are aware of this. That's the key difference. That this is something we gotta understand. Like, these men don't like their women. This is why I keep telling people this is like the root cause of what's the conflict here. You're the ones don't like your women. You guys say it out loud that you don't like your women, so you want to date out. So you do date. There's conflict. There's racial tensions. Racial tensions. And I'm thinking to myself, you do realize it's because you guys are horny. That's it. You do realize that. You do realize that when you like this or not, you got interracial fetishes that you want to date out. This is what's happening. I don't understand why none of these guys want to admit to this. You're dating out. You're tired of your women. You want to have interracial sex. You all want, like, this is what they want. This is what these guys want. And we could see this. everyone, like these guys. What was it? I feel that a lot of white women use Latinas as their plan B. Like, I says a lot of Latinas, like, I'm looking at it. I feel that a lot of white men use Latinas as their plan B. I said, Hank Hill, they're not their plan. They're not their plan B. They're their plan A. I don't think you realize this, Hank Hill. A lot of white guys don't like their women. They don't like their women now. And this is because, I'm going to say this again, there's something going on right now in this country. Because there's this like massive anti-American female sentiment. And for some strange reason, I know why black men are doing this to us, because they're trying to figure a way, because deep down inside, they're trying to find a way to replace their women. Because they know the women are trash. The same with white guys, do the same thing. That's why I'm telling you, white men use Latinas as their plan B. No, that's their plan A. Plan A and plan A, another plan A is getting that. Because white women don't like their men either. No, I disagree. White women love their men way more than white men does. To his. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. A lot of white women prefer their men. It's the other way around. Their men don't prefer them. It's the same thing with black women. Black women prefer black men. It's just that black men here don't prefer them like that. It's the same with white dudes. JC Miller knows that. He's a white dude. You go talk to him. They'll tell you this. They'll tell you that right now, a lot of white women do not like the women. But the white women, like, besides black guys, who's dating white chicks? Like, let's see for real. Besides black dudes, who's actually sleeping with white chicks? No one is. Here in San Diego, the white guys with good jobs mostly date. The ones with shitty jobs as other race. Okay, then, well, that's the case, then that's great. But I'm just telling you what's going on right now. If that's in San Diego, I understand that. But I'm just telling you right now, a lot of white guys, they don't want to date their women. Why do you think? And then the ones that say jobs day outside their race, I say I have to disagree with that, because if you actually look at the ones with wealth, like because I'm Miller. The thing about it right now is not just the Latina thing. It's just that right now the trend is get a foreign woman. That's the thing. Because I'll tell Hank Hill this: put a white American chick, you put a Russian chick, who do you think they're gonna pick? Am I right? Put a Russian girl and put a white American girl in front of Brad. What do you think he's gonna pick? He's gonna pick a Russian chick. Because remember something, Hank Hill. Right now, there's this massive anti-American thing for women. And the thing is this is why if you notice these guys, they keep bringing about culture, traditional roles, all this stuff like values, family. Notice when you talk to Black Americans, like they keep talking about family. We gotta be, we gotta stick together. Do you know what's going on? This is what's going on. Black Americans, these guys, are trying to intermix with Hispanic people, because the thing about it is that their community is dying because they feel like if they mix with us, they can like replace that issue within their own community. This is the same thing was going on with white Americans. Like, yeah, the trad wife. The trad wife was basically just pretend what a foreigner does. Because it goes back to the whole thing. Like, this is, I'm gonna say this again. This goes back to what I said before. Why do you think these Black Americans are talking about Black and Brown coalition? For they're all angry and pissed off at us, saying they're racist and anti-Black, because deep down inside they want us to unite with them so they can have sex with us and to breed with us, because they know that we have culture and value and family value, and they don't have that. They don't have resources. They don't have countries. That's the thing. But how do you push against it, though? I said, Reverend, don't push against it. Just allow it to happen. Because guess what's going to happen to the Hispanic women that date out? They have mixed children, and those kids growing up, they have a identity crisis, and they're not going to be Hispanic. So they got to go. Bye-bye. Like, this was going to happen. I say let them. Because let's see for about Hispanic women who date out. These women that are dating out, the majority of the times, they're like, look at the results. Reverend said by making more money and having a stronger. No, Hank Hill, I'm sorry. I disagree with you. No. You're not seeming to get this. You think about the money and pop thing. I disagree. No, that's stupid. If you think that way, stop thinking that way. Stop thinking that way. If these girls want to date out, let them. You don't need them. You do not need them. You do realize okay, I'm gonna say this again. You do realize that the middle upper class Mexican guys in Southern California, not one of them is married to a Mexican American chick. They all get their wives back in their countries. You know this. Okay? They're not even dating. They're going back to their parents' countries' hometowns and pick up their wives over there. You know this. You know why Mexican chicks in Southern California are dating out. You know that you're damaged goods. You know this. You're not dumb. You know this. Why we gotta make more money to a bunch of chicks that accept Americanization? Why? Why you want to stronger pop culture? For what? To bring them back? Why? And this goes back to telling you this. I told you what stronger pop culture. You do realize what's going to happen, right? You do realize that these girls are going to be Americanized, and they're going to Americanize the whole thing. Like, that's the problem. You don't need these women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But dude, like, I'm going to say this again. Okay, you have 20 different nations to pick from. Okay, why? Well, not to brainwash them to rap and shit. Okay, then, but let them brainwash and rap and shit. Let them. I don't listen. I'm gonna say this again. Listen, I don't know how old you are, Hank, but I'm gonna say this again. Understand this. Please understand this. Don't fight for people that don't care about the community. Get rid of them. If they like hip hop and rap, that's great. Here's your ticket. Now get out. Let them get involved in rap. Let them become Americanized. Let them. Because at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, no one's gonna care. I'm sorry. Let these women do that. Let them date out. Let them do a lot of stuff. Let them go get a Brad. Get them Tyrone. Get them an Arab dude. Let them. If they want money, go over there and get them. But what you said right there, we need to make more money. No, you don't. No, you don't. And by the way, we make more money. What's gonna happen next? Well, they're gonna steal your fucking money. What's wrong with you? We're Hispanic guys. You're supposed to be stingy with your money when it comes to women. You don't give it to them. You just tell them like, "Oh, I want to go out and go." No. Like, no. We're not going to that fucking place. Well, my other boyfriend, they go with him. It's all the time. Go with them. I tell us all the time. You gotta talk like this, bro. You gotta get some. You tell all the time like, oh, but you guys are broke. Okay, we're broke. What's the problem? And tell them this. Listen, I make money. You're not getting none of that shit. Because guess what? You're not. Because guess what? This money's gonna go back to the community. I don't know where the fuck the money's gonna be with you. Because this goes back to what I told you. When it comes to business and finances, these women are not going to help build the community up. It has to be by the men. I keep saying this. Let the other men deal with that stupid shit. Let them give money to these women and be stupid and dumb. Now, you could take that money and open a laundromat. You could take that money and invest it back in your parents' hometowns. You can invest that money in a construction company, invest it in education, what you need. Do something that's productive to the community. If these girls want to leave, they can leave. Okay? I'm all for that. I tell all the time to all these Hispanic girls on social media, if you don't have an attitude, then you can leave. You can go somewhere else and let Brad, let Tyrone, let them take care of you and protect you. If these Arab men want to date you, let them protect you, but don't come back to us. Go eat halal for the rest of your life. Go eat Chinese for the rest of your life. Go to those places. And the reason why I'm saying this to you is because some of you guys need to wake the fuck up. We don't need these chicks. We are guys. They're not, girls don't build, men build. Okay? If you want to see a bunch of men who bitch about the women going out and dating out for rich dudes, talk to white dudes. Talk to any white guy. There's plenty of white men that tell you a story about white men being gold diggers. There's gold diggers in the Arab community. There's gold diggers in the black community. There's plenty of girls out there. Okay, you know what? You know what's funny about this? None of them date Hispanic guys. You want to know why? Because the ones who do have money are not going to give their money to a girl with an ass. No, it doesn't work that way. I'm not going to spend money on a crappy on a fake ass fancy restaurant that's 5 stars and go there and eat shitty food. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. While they sit there, take photos on Instagram, and then what are you then? A sugar daddy? No, that's not going to work. The only time that I can think about you giving money to a girl is if there's a plan like a business. Okay, you're gonna open a nail salon, so you're gonna be the head manager, and I'm gonna help you open this nail salon or this beauty supply store or this boutique store or whatever thing I can think of. Lotion, perfume store, or open a restaurant. You're in charge or something like that. I can think like that. But guess what? But that's an investment. It's not really giving you money. Here's the thing that's the problem with these men. These men, these black and white American males, they do not know how to build. They used to know how to build a long time ago. They stopped doing that. And I'm going to say this again. I understand that these guys will go abroad and date out and find women with family values. That's not going to work. Okay, what needs to happen simply is this: these women who are, these guys who are complaining about Hispanic people and that we're doing all this stuff. This is because Hispanic men are working and making money, and they're upset about that. I always tell these guys all the time, I always say to them, you do know that you could do the same thing that I'm doing. You do know you can go and start your own company. You no one's stopping you from not owning a farm. You chose not to own the fucking farm. That's your freaking problem. This is the thing. No one's telling you to go to a Mexican restaurant and spend money. You can make your own restaurant. And this just goes back to what I told you. If people are going to respect you, if you are for the family, for your community, and then you're for your own people, okay? Women will respect that, okay? When you do this whole black and brown coalition, it's all you guys are doing is nothing to do with anything with black and brown. It's you guys sitting there bitching about white supremacy and go around and blame people and nothing goes on. Your community's in shambles. CVS is leaving. Target's leaving. Walmart's leaving. Walgreens are leaving. Rite Aid is leaving. These grocery chain stores are leaving. Dollar Tree's leaving. Dollar Tree stores are leaving. Dollar General is leaving. Okay. We can go, the list goes on and on and on of establishments, franchises are leaving your communities. That's a serious problem. But you don't want to say a word. Instead, what you want to do is blame Hispanic people. You got white chicks in this country literally going around and saying stuff about illegal migration is the reason why that the white middle class is dying off. I heard a white girl say this to me. You know why I have to tell them this? I said, no. Your white men do not want to build for you. That's the problem. Your white men do not care for you. While you're saying this, your white men are dating outside their race constantly. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. They don't want to build. I know they don't want to build. You know how I know? Because look what they're doing right now in the Midwest. You got all these farmland that these young white boys can easily own. They chose not to. They sell the lot to move to become an influencer. They chose not to do that. And because we're a new generation of people, right? You have white American males bitching about the lack of opportunities going on in society because AI has destroyed their businesses. AI has came in and took their white collar jobs. What do you think they're doing right now? They're doing remote working, digital working. That's what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not against that at all. But that's okay. I can respect that. But do not sit there and tell me that the reason why white men are not doing their jobs because they can't scrub toilet seats. Give me a freaking break. They don't want to do those jobs. And you gotta stop lying to people. And same with black Americans too. They gotta stop lying to their women on why they can't find a job. I see too many black chicks defending black men on why they can't find a freaking because the illegals came and took all the jobs. No, your men do not want to work for you. Your men do not want to build. Your men do not want to work. They're lazy. They want you to work three or four more jobs than he does. To the point now that black women are the breadwinners of the household compared to the men. And guess what? And the fact is, you're the ones starting the majority of the businesses, the black-owned businesses, are actually black women in the community. Okay? And you know what's comical about this? What does your man do in return of this? He dates out. He goes on social media and blames everything on you. I don't see this behavior coming out of Asian groups, Latin American groups. I don't see Serbian men blaming Serbian women on why their community is falling apart. I don't see Indian men doing this to their women. I don't see no Mexican men doing it. Mexicans are not going around blaming why the cartels are driven hard because of the women. They're not doing that. But for some strange reason in this country, they want to blame the women. When in reality of it, it's the men's fault. And when I look at Black American males, I criticize you the most because you're men. You're supposed to focus on your community. You're supposed to focus on what's going on in your country, your community, and your background. That's your job. You chose not to because you want to do Black and Blonde Coalition because you want interracial coochie. And people have to understand this again, that you cannot sit there and take accountability. I'm not telling white guys and Black guys like what to do, because these are grown people. You know what to do. You're men. I mean, I keep saying this all the time about Black American males and why they don't like their communities. You guys just make every excuses of why you're falling apart. I know why they keep bringing up Black and brown unity, and that they want to blame Hispanic people on why they're not building. I'm getting tired of this shit, man. You don't want to build. There's no effort. You don't want to build your sidewalks. You don't want to build your roads. You don't want to build your home. You can't even fix your own homes. Forget about even doing all that stuff. You can't fix your own lawns. You got cracked driveways. You got you have a sewerage problem. You got drainage problem to the point your roofs are about to fall off. You guys sit there and make every single excuse on why your community is falling apart. And then you want to turn around and want to blame Hispanic people when Hispanic people have done nothing. Hispanic men have done nothing wrong. I'm being serious. Like you can't imagine the level of stupidity coming out of their mouths. And I know these people, because I'm going back to what Hank Hill said about the money thing. But the thing about Hank Hill, you got to understand about the money thing. I know it's not about the money thing, because why are you so fixated on Somalians? I'm sorry. Which is a bigger scam right now? Car insurance companies that's insuring people healthcare coverages, they're denying cancer patients. Don't you think those things are scamming people? No, they want to focus on Somalian migrants that have fake daycare centers. Do you want to know why they're focusing on those people? Because they are going to the US and they're building. They have an infrastructure and they don't like that. They don't like the fact that there's Somalians out there in Minnesota outperforming white Americans. They don't like to see that. So instead, they want to focus, oh my God, corruption. Oh my God, they're stealing stuff. Really? Another group of people, Indians in Texas. You know, the same people that want legal, we want to come here legally. Okay, they're coming here legally. And I don't want them. Oh, they're here to destroy. They're saying that Indians are destroying Texas. How are they destroying Texas? Give me what logical ways they're destroying Texas. How? Oh, they're stealing. And I'm thinking to myself, you do realize realize that the Indians that come to United are actually wealthy. You do realize that. See, this goes to show you again, they don't like competition. They don't like other men coming in, out competing them, outworking them, and taking their jobs. And they feel like, oh my God, we're being invaded by the Indian people of Texas and stuff like that. Same thing with Michigan. They don't like these Arab businesses. They don't like any of this stuff there. They don't like it because because you don't want it. Because you go to Michigan, those parts of Detroit, in those areas, there's a bunch of poor white trash everywhere. And mind you, these groups white Americans have more money than all these groups of people. So why are they all focusing on these groups of people? Because the thing that's more valuable than money is that they got a community. They got a family structure. That's the key thing. It's not the money. It's the family structure. It's the community. It's that they don't have it here. That's the thing that scares them, because they know when these men have families here and with their women, what happens is those dads will train their sons how to work, how to feed themselves, how to do all these things. So once they grow up, they're now competing with American kids and they don't even have that advantage. Because, and that's the, by the way, this is why I think Republicans keep on family values and all other weird dumb shit, because deep down inside they know that they don't have it. They don't have family values. They're punishing those kids for no reason. They punish Asian kids, they punish these like Indian kids, these Middle Eastern kids. Well, I can tell you right now, when I went to University of Maryland College Park, I saw nothing but white kids and black kids, mainly white kids, getting drunk, partying, going out, living the college lifestyle. But you know what? Those Asian kids, those Indian kids, the Arabs, you know what they were doing? They were studying on the weekends. So by the time they graduate, go to get your masters and PhDs, they're ready to compete. While those white kids got to rely on daddy and his connections in the industry. And that's the thing. It's not come from magic. It's coming from hard work. And you guys don't have it. This is why these guys want them out of here. They see them as competition. I keep saying this to everyone. It's like, deep down inside, they don't want these foreign guys here. They don't want no Serbian. They don't want no Russian men here. Why do you think there's so many Russian, Ukrainian men at the border of the United States? They don't want those men. They see them as competition. And you say to yourself, well, this is me logically. So logically, well, if black men are more well off, let's say Jamaican guys, because technically speaking, black Americans are more wealthier than black Jamaicans, right? So why do you care? Like, no, even better yet, Dominicans. Why do you care about Dominicans? Why do you care that these guys are coming to the country trying to work? Do you want to know why they're concerned about them? Because now, technically speaking, black Americans are more well off than Dominicans, right? But why is it that they gotta make streams after streams about Dominicans? Because remember, Hank Hill mentioned about money. Well, let me say right now about this. You might think it's about money, but deep down inside their little souls, in the middle of the night, they are scared. They are scared. They are scared because this is the truth. They're scared that one day those people are going to overtake them. Because you know why? Because they know that those people are going to grow and grow and grow, because they got a community, they got a family structure, and they got a flag, and they don't. That's why. The reason why they got issue with Mexicans a lot is because deep down inside, the little souls, even though the Jorge's 5'2" and all that stuff going on, why do you think they're scared of these people? Why do you think Black Americans make video after video? Why do you think they're about the Cubans? Why do you think it's because deep downside, they got family structure, they got community, and they don't. This is why white Americans are concerned. And by the way, I'm going to say this again. It's not a competition thing. Not even close. Why do you think when you step back and think about it, if it's really about money, why should white Americans care so much about Venezuelans coming in? Why do they care? They make more than them. These are poor people. Why are you so afraid of these people? Well, they'll tell you it's because of crime. It's because the resources are going to suck up. This is what they'll say. That's not the reason why. That has nothing to do with that. They know if they get into this country, and once they start establishing families, they're going to start creating communities and have a structure. And they got a family structure intact. They don't. Okay? And sooner or later, there's a possibility that they're going to outwork them. This is why these people are all voting for Donald Trump. Because he wants to stop all of that stuff. Which, again, is going to be impossible. It's too late. They're already here. They're not you do realize they're not deporting all these people. Haven't you noticed that something recently about the ICE thing? They're putting in detention centers. They're not deporting these people. Trump even knows that. He cannot afford take them on planes and dump them back to their countries. He cannot afford that. It's too expensive. Why do you think they're spending more money on ICE agents? Because the thing about it is they cannot deport everybody. You are aware of this, right? They cannot deport everyone, right? It's going to be impossible. And the reason why I say this stuff is because, you got to look in that perspective. Forget, white Americans have money. Well, of course they do. They got status. They got pop culture. Okay, then my question is, why are you scared of these people coming in? Why are you so scared about them? Because they got something that they don't have. Family, a community, an identity. These guys don't. That's why. And you know something? And what's crazy about this is that Black and white American guys, they know this. They just don't care. It's so sad because I know these guys are jealous of these men. I know for a fact that Black American dudes, they're just jealous of Dominican dudes because they have an infrastructure, a community, a place, a home, family. They are super jealous of shit. You want to know how I know? Because whenever I see Americans go down to Latin American countries, for example, and they just always see this when they come back to the United States, that they realize, holy crap, no one waves to each other. You step out and your next door neighbor is your grandma. Down the street is your cousins. Families don't move apart from they live really close by. Whereas in the United States, it's normal for your daughter to go to college and then take a job cross country and you live far away from each other. That's very, very normal. You got sons that have, that go to another state or an area across the country and have families over there. And then the only time you always meet is only during Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. And whereas Catholic upbringing, that could be it, but it's just the thing about it is just an identity thing. Because look at Hindus and Indians. I mean, look how they're getting attacked in Texas. They committed murder. Like, there's no Indian terrorists terrorizing Texas. I mean, they don't like these people because they see them as competition. Because they know that if they were to compete, they're going to lose. And they're going to look bad. That's why. This is why I keep telling this to people. Like, I think a lot of white Americans, a lot of black American males, they can easily fix their own communities with a heartbeat. You guys live in the United States. You're not living in other countries. You could easily do this, but you chose not to. Like, look at the Vietnamese. They're poor people. These are poor Asian people. But yeah, I see infrastructure. Yeah, I see these restaurants. I see all these types of things. Now, why is that? Because the thing about it, the beauty about this is this, that you see all this stuff because the fact is that these communities are built on family. They might be poor, but they at least got something. Why do you think white American males are going to these countries that are poor and try to marry these women? Because they know that family values in the community is far more important than money. Because you could be poor, but as long as you have that, you're going to survive. These people know if you don't have that, you're going to die. And this is what's going on right now. This is why I could put demographic changes. They complain about all this other weird stuff. Like, this is why they talk about, Dominicans need to accept their blackness. Well, we know what that means. They want, because the fact is that they don't have a community. You don't have a community. And they're trying to blame it on us why they don't have a community. Like, no, you don't want to fix your communities. You can't blame Mexicans on, I'm going to say this again. The Mexicans that are coming to these areas, they're coming here because they want to work and make money. Do not get upset the fact that these guys want to save up money for a whole year, buy a pickup truck, and now start their own businesses and do all this stuff. Don't get upset with that. Be upset with you guys not wanting to do better. You could easily buy a pot of land, make your own stuff and grow your own stuff. You guys chose not to. Because you guys choose not to be, you guys choose not to do that. That's not my problem. Yeah, the fucking having sex, that's low vibration, bro. I mean, how productive can you possibly be when pussy or bussy is on your mind all day and night? Yeah. And guess what, Wisdom? That leads to anger towards Dominican guys. Why are you angry at Dominican dudes? Oh, because you're just jealous because those guys have a community and you don't. Don't blame the system, blame you. Because remember, the entire Dominican culture was created by Dominican men. Same thing with Mexico, Colombia, and all these are all the men who created those countries and cultures, not the women. This is why I keep telling you about they date out. Yeah, but notice all these girls that date out, they all their offspring lose their culture. I'm like, well, yeah, because the thing what's happening is that the thing is, at the end of the day, these kids are going to follow the man, because the father, because he's the quote head of the household. How can we have the household and try and preserve his culture when the guy's not from that culture? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. That's why I told you when it comes to our dads, if you got if you have a dad that's not American, like, because my dad's not American, he's actually from Mexico. Like, the perspective is completely different. Like, you're raised differently. It's like it's not the same process. That's why I'm like laughing at people sometimes about this. Like, it's not that hard to understand this. It's not, when you are raised from a different culture, it's an entirely different mentality. This is why they just don't like these foreigners coming in, especially the men, because let's see, for real, they're going after the men, not the women. The men, are like a threat, and this is why I told you, is what it is, guys.